Yes.
No.
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Uh,
Dose. Speed 6 is probably fine. As we look at 4 spaces into which to place saved games.
why would you ever need more than one?
And so the adventure begins. Since we're in the vicinity immediately after FF1 restored. Two, which I want to say I had overheard at some point that 2 is well liked among the old ones a little bit in Japan. You just remembered fondly, if strangely. Whereas since this never went west in its own time, lived in the mystery box and only got revisited ages later for anyone who's been playing along in English or what have you. Is typical of many NES sequels in that because it has no tradition to live up to, it just tries a bunch of weird bullshit to see what sticks. To mixed success. And yes, seeing in the audience there as well. The person in charge at the helm here went on to make the Saga franchise, which is known throughout for trying weird stuff and having fiddly systems. Known for its novelty. So in effect, this is Saga Zero.
What would that make
For
the
our
two
4 youths.
Legends games then? On the Game Boy.
Those are Saga 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure.
Ah, gotcha.
I was surprised on starting this up that it doesn't offer default names. These characters all have canonical names. In that we are now having characters who are here in the story. There's going to be a story. So we got Ronfear.
Mm-hmm.
Onlyo. Riyama. And good old dependable Yug.
This looks doable.
Behold, they immediately throw you into a battle, an event, and see the handsome new UI with just... So while FF2 has a bunch of weird bad ideas, or, questionable ideas, some of which I will find defensible, that get thrown out, it also plants a bunch of the, correct decisions that get settled on for the franchise. This is basically what the battle UI will look like forever. We have the main field, we have a little strip of descriptive terrain up at the top. Once people can afford backgrounds on the hardware, there will be a background through the rest of it. We have squads over there, enemies over here. Got a good division of space down below where more stuff is visible. Also, rows exist now. We'll get to that. Also, be destroyed entirely. Begin immediately with our first unwinnable scripted fight of the franchise. As 4 children are trampled by horses while fleeing from an army.
Oh, you hit him.
Your adventurous youths are completely helpless against professional soldiers.
Good game.
Send! cutscenes exist now. Scripted sequences of dialogue boxes and choreographed sprite movement. Featuring conversations between characters. Where's Yug? Yug is fine. But where's Onlyo?
I'm sure we'll find him eventually.
It's gotta be somewhere. Immediately after waking from your near-death coma, as a magic circle undoes all of the hoof prints and lance marks on your body. I'm enlisting. I want to get him. Let's fight. Also, we preemptively have, destruction of the hometown. The incident happened before the game even started.
The game just cut out like 2 hours of FMVs and quick time scenarios and all that stuff. Nope, we're done.
Just do it. Just get right to it. And here we are. Menus. Here's the squad. Here's our item inventory. Here's a much less ear-shredding menu bloop noise. It does not pain me to navigate menus in FF2. It's quite nice. Yes, Ron starts off sword, board, and leather. Ryama with bow and cloth. You have equipment slots, and equipment that you aren't using just goes in the inventory with everything else.
You don't just have 4 slots for weapons and armor in this game for each character?
Peculiar. You have the idea of... Yeah, so this is one they abandoned, but you have 2 item slots. For using items in battle, you have to have them prepped, like, on your belt. Per character. But yeah, you got head, hands... Hands armor, which is separate from your 2 hands, which are used to hand things. And clothing. I know some things about how to achieve mastery of the systems in this.
Oh boy.
Not all of them, and I don't fully remember all of them, but it's fine, we'll wing it. Most important thing to take here, so here on the stat screen, here is where the fiddliness begins. Although also we can, at a brief note here, so Ron's just tens across the board, except for magic power. Behold, a GIF. FF2 is the one with no levels. All of your stats get improved directly by the right stuff happening over time. We have skill rankings in each type of weapon. Fist, knife, sword, mace, axe, spear, and bow. Shield is also there. And we have alongside of this, up on the right column there, accuracy, where alongside accuracy you have a number of attacks that you make. Baseline. Which is then mostly improved by your skill on specific weapons. Then you have evasion, which is a number of dodge attempts that you can make, and then a success rate of them. And then magic resist is the same. You have a pool of saving throws against being stabbed and being magicianed. Those are the god stats. You want as much evade as possible, and you get evade by already having evade. So the primary trap build that exists in FF2 is if you accidentally tank your evasion with things like heavy armor, so that your evade then never gets better, and when you arrive at the point where evade is absolutely necessary to survive, you're just boned. This team won't do that, though. I am aware of that trap. Though on that front, so, Ryama here. Less strength, less stamina, more agility and intellect. This is our frontline fighter, actually, because you can see right away... Well, actually, her base evade is where... She doesn't have a shield right now, that's why. That's her actual base, raw evasion. Let's take away Ron's shield and see what that does. To his evade rate. Yeah, 12. Slightly worse. Versus 15. Also better base accuracy.
I think Ron is being slowed down by his weapon as well.
Possibly. By his shield, rather, that I've left in there.
No, he still has his broadsword on, right?
No, I just took that off for the... Or no, yeah, broadsword is still there. Let's see... No, even worse, the sword has a bit of evade. You can parry. So with that in mind... Furthermore, so Yug. Better strength and stamina, worse agility, ordinary intellect. You have two options with Yug. Either you get him out front and try as desperately as possible to get his agility out of the basement and onto the level with everyone else. Or the direction I'm leaning, Yug goes in the back. Yug is fragile.
Yug is battle cleric.
Yug is cleric. Yug will be support. Ron and Ryama will take the lead. The great wizard Yug. Fabled
that
wise
magic
man.
Power stat, by the way, is how much MP you gain every time your MP goes up.
Oh, that's what it does. So... Yeah, everyone has the same base MP growth as well. As far as predispositions, Ron is an entirely blank slate onto which to build whatever you want. Ryama is just slightly wizardy, slightly wiggly. You could make her an archer if you wanted, or you can go the daring route. And Yug is, a little burly, but that doesn't actually matter. I can give Yug the bow, so he can contribute. No clothes, though.
I'm trying to remember what stat is the HP stat. I think it's stamina. I think that's how much HP you gain every time it goes up, but I could be super wrong about that.
Anyway, moving on the slightest bit. So, other thing. The keyword system. FF2 does extremely little with this idea, but it's here. Over the course of the game, you will learn words. And when you talk to important people, you can brandish your words at them. If you played through FF14 and noticed the many jokes about saying Wild Rose at people over the course of the base game, that is the callback to here. We can now say Wild Rose to everyone and everything, forever. It will only on rare occasions be useful, but heed well the information it will bring you.
There certainly are a lot of red mages in here.
Yeah, that's just kind of the outfit that they have here. Got the rebel hideout. I mean, they have the hat and the cloak, but they're also wearing white. Okay, there we go. Old man here has been supremely important. So one of the other things that a lot of people know about FF2 is if, when you get to the overworld, you go in the wrong direction, you're allowed to just walk directly into, like, kind of mid-late game areas and be destroyed.
It is not that far away.
If you forgot to ask where you are going, then you will go the wrong way. Or you could go the right way and be fine. Old man has informed us. North. You can just walk directly to the Empire from here. Treasure. Treasure that becomes visibly open after you've opened it. Fascinating. Yeah, so the initial loadout I'm thinking is sword and board for our 2 frontliners. Put Cure onto Yug for now, and then it will gradually accumulate more spells. Here's the king. He's been shot. He's just laying in bed. Doesn't know anything. Wild Rose, huh? What?
I am bleeding out right now. What are you doing?
What year is it? Okay, it's also the case that just fighting barehanded is pretty viable in this, because you will build up punching skill, which will give you attack and accuracy.
It gives a lot of stuff, yeah.
Yes, and right off the bat, you will be swinging twice with your bare hands. You. Get back here. Paul. The thief. Old Ninja Paul. Gordon. Gordon is sad. Gordon just kind of lays around, being miserable. As you do. Yes, Buckler. Also, hey, just these stores that are seamlessly in the environment. We don't have to go into the shop dimension. Just put some menus up over the field.
I don't know if you even need armor besides the buckler.
Yeah, the hats and gloves might at least be, like, neutral, but who needs the expense? Don't worry about it.
Yeah. If people are curious, I have no idea. No idea how this game works.
We learn as we go.
I played 2 a long time ago, and I remember, like, a couple things, much like Loon, but...
I played through most of it in the Dawn of Souls port.
I remember beating it, but I don't remember understanding it.
I'm just a weirdo hanging around the weapon shop. Ah, hello, sir. Knife, staff, javelin, and sword. Sword is actually prohibitively expensive.
You could sell an axe to get it.
I could sell an axe. Axes are axes. Axe is money, yes. Okay, good. Sword.
Axes are heavy, so they're going to be causing a lot of problems.
As you might expect, most of the good, notable named weapons in the game are swords. Swording is correct. They're by far the most represented and privileged weapon type. Child.
Son, you're killing us here.
How dare you? Magic shop. Just a unified thing. Anyone
Perfect.
can learn the magics. And yeah, just dead on, take a cure. Because of how expensive this is, I won't be able to demonstrate it for a while, but FF2 also invents rod breaking. You can use these tomes to either teach a person a spell and have it on them, or you can just throw the tome at an enemy and it will explode. You need to wait level 8, 9, some large number version of the spell. This is relevant for the wild speed tech, where you just kind of go off into the wilderness and become powerful. Anyway, book. Spell is known.
What's that 00 mean?
That is your progress for learning more of the spell.
Oh boy.
Cure 1, with 0 hundredths of progress towards Cure 2. Here's a temple. It's unnecessarily large for what it is. Just go to the statue and get revived when you need it.
Does it cost money?
Revives, I think, are free.
Neat.
I think. Maybe. Probably.
We will find out.
Maybe. Much learning will abound. Don't have money for item shop, but... still at the point where they have to do this if they want to have a lot of stuff in a shop's inventory. They have this limit of 4 things that fit in the menu here. They're not going to make it scroll, so there's just 3 shopkeeps. You can notice things, familiar and distinct.
Oh, there's an elixir right there. Cool.
Hey, just 50,000 bucks for an elixir if you want it. There it is. In the first town. Also, hey. Heyo. Look at that. And look at that. And look at that. And
What
look
are
at
those?
that. Someday. If ether's ever been worth the cost, maybe. Who knows?
Oh boy, it does do that system.
Yes, so the cost of an inn scales based on how damaged you are. You directly convert cash into numbers restored. Yeah, this is the more recent of the translation patches. Also, hey, save, just from a menu, just do it. Anywhere on the world map, that begins here.
That's a very nice touch.
Yeah, so there's I want to say there's like 3 English versions of this game. One is like a leaked beta cartridge with like a rough draft of an English script. That was, from the canceled effort of releasing this in English. And then there's like maybe another fan translation, and then there's this one, which is mostly based on like backporting the Dawn of Souls script. Somewhat. So here we are, a fight. There's bees!
Go Yug. First blood.
Powerful indeed. There's death animations. And this little touch. After your victory, everyone crosses the screen to move forward. Your baseline reward you get from fights is always money, and then stat ups can happen at any time when you hit the right criteria.
What is the right criteria?
Depends on what you're trying to raise. Take
Is it
damage,
just a
get health.
yeah.
Spend mana, get more mana. Use a spell, improve the spell. Swing a weapon, improve that weapon skill. Swing any weapon, improve strength. Get beaten up a lot, improve your vitality. Dodge things to improve evade, stuff like that.
There might be a couple weapons that are tied to agility. I don't know off the top of my head.
Maybe. Also, that.
Oh
It's
boy, we're
less
starting out
common.
fast.
Also, wait, hold on. That was
Rihanna.
That was Rihanna. Alright, so. Going in on physical stuff puts slight down pressure on your wizard stats, and doing wizard stuff puts slight down pressure on your physical stats. Slight. The way it's weighted, you can build just an all-purpose red mage in this, and it's fine. Just if you specialize entirely in one, you are going to erode your capacity for the other.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
That is one of the things they removed from Dawn of Souls. Just out of, it's not that important. Bees.
I think they also added in Dawn of Souls, after a certain amount of fights, no matter what, everyone gains HP.
Yes, there was some baseline health gain built into Dawn of Souls. Okay, the enemy formations haven't been deep enough for me to demonstrate it yet, but alongside inventing rows for you, rows also apply to the enemy. And play out as presented on the grid here.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. Venom is temporary poison. It can clear up in combat time, or is guaranteed to clear up after a fight. But so, how rows work in this is, if you are in the front row, or rather, if you're in the back row, non-ranged weaponry can't hit you. As long as there is someone in the front row in your formation. The opening fight demonstrates this indirectly.
Yeah, those
Ryama
knights
will
couldn't
always
get
be the
to
last one to get trampled because there's 3 people in front of her.
who get trampled first.
Yes.
It's great.
There we go. Strength's up, health's up. There. It begins. I do not want to cast here out of combat, because then I'm missing out on growth chances.
Have you heard of the Wild Rose?
Where the Wild Rose wanders. Hello.
Hello.
She's already gained 2 strength. Wow.
Flex. That's what, yeah, how are our weapon skills doing just out of the gate here? Yeah, 10%, and they are learning shield by just having the shield there while they attack.
You've probably had
That's
10
good.
rounds of combat so far, so that makes sense.
One of the killer apps is sending someone into a fight with a shield in each hand and having them wave the shields at the enemy uselessly. Because this will build up shield skill.
I was curious if you knew that one or not.
The highest levels of the arts. All shields, no weapons. Alright, what are they selling this down? Nice!
Oh, there's your axe.
Nice! Nice. There's axe. You should never want axe.
I think there is a good axe in the game, but really, it's just not worth it.
It is not enough to justify studying the axe.
Sorry, an axe? Oh no, a good axe. There we go. Never mind, I'm good. I was right the first time. Look at all this gear you're not buying.
Yep. Yeah, I may as well prove my commitment to this aspect of our early builds. Let's just sell the clothing. Why buy armor when you can just harden your skin? Eventually there will be some armors that are worth the wait.
Absolutely.
And that because this is a, like, growth rate of stats concern, if you've managed it right, this is a temple, nothing to do here. If you manage to get the engine started with your agility rising, at some point it becomes no longer a concern to be weighed down. Just need to get the reactor revved up. There is no magic store here.
But there's an inn, and how much will it cost to heal everybody?
$3.
Not too shabby.
The rate's quite low. $3 for the, 12 health that Ryama's missing.
Might be like 1 gold for every 5 HP rounded up.
Probably.
I don't know off the top if I'm certain about this or not, but I believe that being low on HP makes it more likely for you to gain HP.
Yeah, health
Hence-
and mana gain are, proportional to how much damage you've taken. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there's 3 deep ranks of the enemy, so my melee characters can only hit the front 2. The ones at the back are safe. Though, on the other hand, the ones at the back can't stab me either until I've cut a path to them. Unless they have projectiles of their own. They're just waiting. You can
Or
also
magic.
swing it yourself if you want. That's the point where they've generalized the
can.
menu enough for it.
I believe that's another strat, is to actually hit each other a whole bunch.
It is the strat everyone points out is that you have to do this, and that's why this game is silly. You don't have to. You can choose to.
This game is silly, but for other reasons.
For other reasons.
You don't have to punch yourself. You can instead just run around nude.
Just run around nude, waving shields at people, screaming about the Anubis. Also, I will put forward, alongside that, your HP goes up if you are taking noteworthy damage in fights. If you are not taking noteworthy damage in fights, you have enough HP. By definition.
Yeah,
You don't
Ryama was a
need
little
more
low.
number.
She got hit by one poisonous hornet, lost half her health, and gained some health because of it. Makes sense.
Yes, and now she has good health. Spirit up, mana up.
Perfect.
Mana up on spending a single point out of 5. Good. Yug, fucking genius. Natural. We got a prodigy here. Goblins.
Oh shit, they're actually called goblins now and not imps.
Wild. This still has committed attacks. Attacks don't redirect when opponents have been knocked out.
Was it 3? I know it's changed
3
by
is when they
4.
start doing that.
Okay.
So there is still that element of fight planning.
Well, with your only 3 party members that you'll have for the rest of the game, that's not too bad to deal with.
Can't believe Onley's fucking dead. Onlyo.
Who?
Boat. Out doing boat stuff.
I can't help but notice that this town we're headed to looks very familiar.
Yeah, the Hornets aren't able to do anything from the back of the formation. They're trapped behind all the vines.
I'm curious, can you multi-target with that heal spell?
Yes, you can.
Interesting.
That is a thing Invented
I was
has
not
it
saying
here.
to do, but
So UI oddness, it'll take a while for me to get used to. To do that, you scroll up off the top of the party or down off the bottom of the party. Whereas in later
Gotcha.
games, it would be push right off the edge of the screen to multi-target self and left off the edge of the screen to multi-target enemy.
or in some games it's press L or R. It's
Yeah,
always
once
weird.
shoulder buttons are available. Also, just right off the bat, I like these sprites.
Yeah, you've got a fighter, another fighter, and a thief. It ran?
Yeah. It's afraid. Bees are natural cowards.
Oh shit, is that Yug? Oh, we gotta get out of here.
I look
Ron
forward
Veer
to
has
seeing
gained
how
nothing.
much of a curve this manages to pull off, as far as just plowing forward until something demands that I stop and grind. And yeah, Ron Fear is just Ron Fear.
I mean, why would you need him to change? He's a red mage. He's perfect as is.
Master of the arts.
It's
Oh, so
worrying
let's
that you
see.
have gained no HP yet.
20 evasion, 25 evasion.
Well, Ryama gained 5 health. She started with 20.
5 evasion, 25 magic resist, though.
That might be based off stamina? I have no idea.
Well, okay, so first point of data there, Ryama had 5 stamina at the time. So, plausible. We just have to wait until one of the lads gets a health up to see what happens. So. Well.
Hold on a second.
So. Good day, sir!
Oh, this seems to be a problem. I'm sure you can take him.
Your tiny babies are no match for professional soldiers. This just happened.
Sir, I have every right to be here.
Oh, he used a bow.
Yes. Some enemies have multiple weapons, such as our captain here. So, one of the other elements of speed tech, or at least, shenanigans tech, is knowing the exact minimum stuff that you need to be able to defeat one of these captains. And then just coming in here and repeatedly harassing the captain at the gate to get big gains.
They are very dangerous, but it is possible to beat these guys early on. Mostly it involves lots of magic.
Town is closed. I look at this and think that's foolish, but then think about it a second time. But actually, though, if you're gonna build a pub in a fortified town, why not outside the wall, where the travelers are?
This is a dry town. They can't have a pub inside the premises.
Ah, there we go. The prohibition in Finn. Yeah, all regular business is shut down here. This guy is in the way there. Also, there's random encounters in town. They're just allowing the man-eating vines to wander the streets, entangling people. You hate to see it.
This is
Countess
definitely
Dungeon.
an early FF game, though. All this missing happening early on. Oh. Nostalgia.
Why is no one targeting Ranvir? Well, I guess this is fine as well. Ryama being the one who started the furthest behind on health. Right, so
There you
stamina
go.
up, health up.
She gained 6 this time.
Gained 6, which was her stamina before that stat up. So there we go, confirmation. Stamina is health gain.
Stamina is probably health gain, but you start at a base of 10. And you gain the health for the previous level.
Yes.
No. That doesn't make any sense because you have a character at 30
not.
and
Yeah, it's not you gain stamina and then gain health. It's when you gain health, you gain your stamina in health.
mm-hmm. She just happened to have gone up
Yeah, when they happen at the same time, that is the order then.
And yeah, just coincidence of her gaining. Wait, did I say down?
Yes.
Yes.
Yug has no need of strength. Yug is wise. Mind is strength.
Hmm.
What?
Final Fantasy 2, we need to talk
No, it's
about
fine.
stat downs.
Also, because of the way rows work, if I decide that one of my non-main fighters, or just a specific one of my fighters, really needs to take hits for a while, there you go. Now it's just Ron all the time. Ron will take all the hits. When that's necessary. Okay, good times. I hate to see it.
Sometimes you have a little flub. It's fine. You get to explore the rest of the town this way.
Oh, are we about to meet my favorite character in all Final Fantasy 2?
Possibly.
I mean, there are so many gems in this game. How could you possibly pick one?
The other consequence of the systems, if you're at a point where you can just reliably wipe local encounters in a single round, you will not earn many numbers. You should move on and find stronger monsters. You're done here. Good day, officers, gentlemen.
Ha ha.
Long live the Tsar? Yes, good day. Goodbye.
Is there room for one more on Akateshi Kawazu's Wild Ride?
Yes.
Excellent. So, I played more of this game than I should have when I was a small boy.
Why?
Untreated ADHD?
Fair, fair, fair.
Ah, God damn it.
Good times with sounds beyond windows.
Mm-hmm. It's a little hot to not have my window open and a little loud to have it open. The catch-22.
Scott of Kashuan.
Hey, everyone.
Kashuan.
It's Prince Scott.
It's Scott. Scott's
That's Scott.
here.
Scott's
the
here.
character we wish we will have in approximately 15 hours.
Tell my brother.
So you want us to lie to your brother?
Tell my brother to do anything. Other invention that this brings to the franchise is the melodrama. Let's just get right to it.
Oh boy.
I mean, I guess he might have heard things, but at the same time, lady, he's been injured sitting in a, like, closed-off room for
I
days?
am dying.
Question
I don't
mark?
get news.
Dot, dot, dot.
Uh-huh.
Wild
Definitely
Rose.
just needs to.
Oh, we
sit
can just
down
get
here
the
and
whole
take in
conversation again.
Oh, damn it.
Hell
Can
yes.
we learn anything from him?
No.
Coding. He gives you your important plot.
Gives me the
coupon.
ring. There's nothing to learn. Yeah, plot
Here, have a
items
potion.
also show up in. Hey, potion? You wanna? No. Just
He's
rub
been
some soup in
sleeping-
it.
He's been sleeping next to 3 potions for days, but never thought to drink one. He's actually fine now.
This guy
Yeah,
is
so-
somewhat beyond potions.
Plot
at the
items show up in your inventory for use in dialogues.
moment. You can
And
bring
he's
it to
dead.
people.
And then Scott dies. Scott's a character in Record Keeper.
Scott's a character in Dawn of Souls.
Yes, he is. He's actually pretty good in Dawn of Souls.
Yes, that's the thing, he is actually pretty good. It's just a shame he dies within 5 minutes of you meeting him in main game FF2.
No,
Oh, boy.
Sir.
Just very carefully
Sir?
make your way out of
Sir?
all of these are captains. The all-captain army of Palamecian.
This is the officer bar, right?
Alright, good mission. Much is learned.
Remember to hold reset while turning power off.
Get some of that good Ludo narrative in of, okay, let's go rescue our hometown. You cannot do shit here.
No, wrong.
You are baby. You will leave now.
But we're plucky heroes. Of course we can beat the trained army and guys who are in heavy plate mail.
400 damage to your skull.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I really like about this game is that the we're the plucky heroes thing holds exactly 0 weight.
Yug will never kill anything.
Yug will never kill anything.
Maybe Yoke should be wielding the double shields.
Maybe
Yug will
well,
take the vows to become a pacifist.
Just move up to the front row, double shield.
But have you considered Yug taking up the way of the Cathar? Cathar?
What the heck?
What?
Large.
Large.
gained 3 stamina.
Is she
Also-
dual wielding just her fists?
No.
With it coming up now, I'm not sure if the health up condition necessarily requires fresh damage or just being injured at the end of fights.
Did she get hit in that fight? I thought she did.
Maybe.
I
Who
need you
can
to
say for
look
sure?
at Yug's accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bows in this
Yeah.
game have horrible accuracy.
And then also
Why?
Yug has the worst agility.
Also, I believe weapons in the back row also have a lower chance of hitting.
Why?
Because
That's their job.
So, I mean, weapons in the back row have a lower chance of hitting as a balancing factor, but
but
my
a
bows
bow
should
hits
do
from
it.
the back row. That's their job.
The secret is that bows get double accuracy from the front row.
oh, they don't know Rosa's aim skill. I'm sorry, bows are just bad.
God,
Bows,
I'm getting flashbacks from
notably-
this fucking music.
Notably notable for being inaccurate and missing all the time.
That's why you
I
need
mean-
a lot of people shooting a bow in order for the chance to hit to go up.
You say that, but have you ever tried to hit anything with a bow?
Have you tried
Bows.
to defeat armor at great distance?
Bows notable for not having accuracy contests or anything like that.
Hush. And I mean fair, but
Nobody's ever hit a bullseye before.
I have hit a bullseye, and let me tell you, it takes some work, and more importantly, some time to aim.
Loon is being very wise and sticking directly to the path to and from the correct areas.
So, the
You have to go
captains
reasonably far south to get ganked by the
by the
by the
riders.
big
South,
monsters.
yes. West, no. You can go pretty close to this area and run into some pretty nasty things.
But one of the things I found kind of remarkable about Final Fantasy II is that, one, it solidified the whole, this series, oh my god,
We're doing it.
alright.
We're doing the thing.
This series, good. This series shtick is being wildly experimental thing. But also, it seemed to go out of its way to avert the union of, like, fantasy cliche and game mechanic. So that, you know, the plucky heroes are exactly as durable as some know-nothing kids would be, and if you wander too far afield, you will get extremely killed in this fantasy world.
You get to start from dirt.
Yep. And while I think that's extremely interesting, I can also understand why people think it's unspeakably frustrating, because it extremely is.
Get him.
Got him.
Good.
other jank things to note to, get them out of the way. So there's a reasonably well-known bug where if you enter a command and then cancel it and then enter it again over and over again, you get credit for taking those actions even though they never resolved.
Yeah.
Which is itself mitigated by there's a cap on how much stat you can gain per encounter.
Yeah, you can tick stat once, whatever that gain happens to be by its algorithm. So you can either accrue enough experience to get it, or you don't, but,
Gordon,
once per battle.
try.
Bye.
Gordon. Nothing further from Gordon. Nothing to learn. Just the ring. My brother. Gordon.
Gordon is having a bad time.
Oh, Paul disappeared.
Paul left.
He'll be fine.
He really will be fine.
Yep. He said about a character in Final Fantasy II being completely disingenuous.
Paul is a trained professional.
It's true.
Paul already class changed. He's a ninja.
Yeah, awkward. Ronfair. She's leading a rebellion. She knows what death is.
Nah, he just took a nap for a while. It's fine.
It's fine. He's fine. We're all fine here. No, you take it. Please, Hilda. Take the ring. Just take the ring, Hilda. Problem this has, key items enter your inventory and then never leave.
Mm-hmm.
So you accumulate a lot of dead space in your inventory. Hello, Scott's ring. I am Kashwan Prince now.
East
Does the
Kingdom
rune at
Prince.
least give like a stat bonus or something? No.
Nope, it's not equipment. It's just an object in the inventory.
Yep.
It's just a signet. I can forge letters from the throne of Kashwan.
Unfortunately, the throne of Kashwan has fallen, and all its royalty are either dead or Gordon.
Anyway, let's go get some mithril. We gotta learn about mithril. Explain mithril. Empire's got mithril. What if we had mithril?
What if we had real equipment?
Joseph of Salamans.
He went looking for mithril. Could you find Joseph?
Who's this Minwoo guy? I'm sure it's not this dashing, dapper fellow to
We
your
already know
left.
who Minwoo is.
Damn it.
Take my canoe and let's go.
Minwoo, who has canoe.
Well, if you
Huh?
insist.
He doesn't know what these are.
Mithril, what are you talking about? Alright, Minwoo's in the party. So, the structure of the game. We named 4 people at the start. We're going to spend almost the entirety of the game never seeing Annalie again.
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 members of the team, and you will have a guest at any given time. Minwoo is here to protect you.
Oh my god.
Minwoo is
is
wise, and
extremely-
strong, and swift.
Learn it in many magical ways.
Minwoo is here to carry your ass to Salamando and back.
Yep.
Look at this guy.
Look at his
Look,
40
there's
M power. and
Look at his
48
magic,
spirit.
please.
Yes.
Surely he doesn't know that much magic.
Ah, how many spells
Let's
could
look at his
Minwoo know? All of them.
Minwoo knows a whole fucking lot of spells.
Cure 7.5, Life 7.5, Basuna and Basuna 6, Isuna 3.
All right, so I'm going to reference back to the thing that I talked about on your previous playthrough of 1 about the origin of Asuna, where Asuna is eternal status cure.
Mm-hmm.
Basuna is battle status cure.
Status cure. Right.
Yeah, it only cures stuff that stays in battle.
It's
so
the
it's like
distinction
blind
that
and what have you.
exists maybe only here.
There's a couple of other games, but it's really rare.
This guy's got 7 barriers.
Right. Good luck. I'm behind like 7 barriers.
One thing
Blink
that I really
5,
do.
Protect 5, Shell, Dispel, Wall, Selink,
That must make him stealthy.
I do
right?
not remember what
Sap,
these spells
which is
do.
Drain, Fog, which is
What-
your
alright.
invis,
Back
Swap,
up.
the,
What do you-
the brain move, swap health and mana with your opponent. Just
What do you
That's-
mean you don't remember what these moves do?
I don't remember what they. I mean, protect, shell, wall. I don't know what fog might be. Evasion.
yeah,
Fog
is
evade
evasion.
boost.
It's Fog from FF1.
Or wait,
Yeah,
Blink is evade boost. What's
No,
Fog?
blink. No, blink is blink. It's one hit.
Oh,
one
one
hit
dodge. Yeah,
evade.
okay.
Yeah.
Fog is evade.
Fog is, I
boost.
think, enemy accuracy down.
Minwu knows how to teleport, but still carries a canoe.
Look,
Boats are
not
important.
everybody can be a great wizard.
Now
like
I
Minwu.
can't tell you what fear does.
That's
Enemy
probably
attack down?
one of the instant kill spells
Oh,
in
it could be.
practice.
Or at least make the enemy retreat.
Which is an instant kill spell.
Yeah,
Yep.
you don't get the experience for. Oh wait, no, there's no experience in this game. Damn it.
Also, yeah,
Wah.
incidentally, spells cost their level mana to cast.
Yeah, so it costs him 7 MP to cast Cure, but only 1 MP to cast Teleport.
Yes.
On the other hand, he's got 103 of the fuckers. So, anyhow, my point was, there's a reason Minwu was standing at the right hand of the head of the rebellion, because he's extremely real, and we're extremely not.
Oh, dope. Here we go. Minwu spell list.
Oh gosh.
Okay, cure is self-explanatory. Life is Basuna specifically. Here we go. Cures the target of venom sleep. Cures more things at higher levels. Level 2 is mute. Level 3 is mini. Level 4 is paralysis. Level 5 is confused.
Conch shell?
Why does he have a conch shell?
Maybe he thinks he's in the Mahabharata?
Why do you have the horn?
Oh.
Wearing a bronze vest, wielding a staff.
Well, you see. No. All right.
Get
Asuna's
behind
levels.
us.
Asuna does. Actually, do you want me to read off what this mysteriousness of levels do for spells?
Yeah, that's fine to have out in the open. I've already
Okay.
seen that. So, like, the weird thing about Asuna here, and Basuna, and in turn also Barrier falls into this. So the status effects are, like, ranked in an order.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
And so Asuna 3 can cure the first 3 status effects.
Yeah. So Asuna is in order: darkness, poison, curse, amnesia, toad, stone. At level 7, it revives with 1 HP.
Neat.
Really?
Yeah.
Barrier. Target gains elemental resistance. They are granted in order based on the number of successes to a maximum of 7. It is 50% accuracy to barrier, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah, so you cast Barrier and you roll Barrier
To
level
hit.
dice, and each hit
Yeah.
gives you a rank of Barrier.
In order of successes on hitting barrier.
Yes. It's each
Matter,
hit gives you
fire,
resistance.
mind, lightning, death, poison, body. Of which I have no idea what that means.
These are some saga-ass elements right the
Yeah,
fuck
some
here,
of those are
folks.
death resistance in practice.
Yeah. At level 8, barrier is AoE. It seems like most spells at level 8 become AoE.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure all of those were schools of magic from Saga Frontier.
Probably.
Blink is evasion. Target's evasion level, giving them a chance to evade more.
Oh,
Right.
we already
So
have
it
the
adds a
canoe. It
bit.
feels
Immediately
so
get the
good.
canoe, immediately
Zoom.
discover another town. Hey, there's a boat here.
But it's
We
not
just
our
take the
boat, so
boat?
we can't take it.
That
would
boat
be
is
theft.
locked. That boat is guarded.
Yes, that would be wrong. And also, they'll
There
beat
are
us the fuck up.
ferries. That boat sells tickets. You can just go places on the boat.
Yeah, yeah. People offer rides for money. You know.
Why
like
is the
people-
cursor tan in this menu?
Oh, because the guy you're
Uh,
talking to is tan.
Yeah,
I guess because
Because
it's
of
inheriting
palette.
their palette.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
a very
I
important
know.
thing to know about Protect. It's bugged real bad.
Oh no.
Protect raises the target's defense by a quarter, mattering on the number of successes you roll, spell level successes. Do note, the spell is bugged and only works on the caster.
All right.
I mean,
Oh,
at least
so
it's
it
not the
still
worst it could
works.
be.
It works, but you can't cast it on other party members. It just
That's
doesn't work
fine.
on anybody else.
Your mage is the one who's going to need it anyway, right?
Or just
Everyone,
have everyone on the front line
Yeah.
learn protect.
That too.
that's a way to keep
Everyone
their
can
spirit up.
dabble in spells.
Yeah, everyone can learn a wizard.
Yeah, having the front line know how to cast a couple spells is not a bad idea. It can make their MP not, 5.
Yes. As it turns out, cross training is a thing that Final Fantasy II
Shell?
kind of expects you to do.
Shell is not magic defense, it is magic block.
Ah,
Each
Good.
success gives you a higher chance to block a spell.
neat. So it's improved saving throw. Got it.
Oh boy, Bronze here.
Mhm.
I have no use for this. Good day, sir.
Are we wearing better stuff than that?
They're not wearing anything.
So one of the LPs that has been done of FF2 took the
Yes.
time to count all of the NPCs in every area and
Yep.
keeps track of when, just in the background quietly as the plot advances, a lot of people will die.
Yes. That's
Like
the other
half
thing.
the
FF2's
background
plot
population of the world gets wiped out over the course of this story.
is extremely lethal.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wall
that I
spells.
can't afford, but
Wall is a bad spell.
Excuse me, wall is extremely important for shenanigans.
Wall is you roll level number die for the number of successes you get. You can block black magic spells of success
Level.
success and less than. So if you roll 3 successes, you are
3 down.
immune to fire 1, 2, 3, and all other black magic spells.
Mhm.
This doesn't stack. It counts for every time. Like if you cast Wall again, you overwrite your previous successes with the new successes.
Right. So,
Enemies don't cast below level 4 magic.
wow.
Alright, Yug, gain some HP.
Alternatively, we could turn
Thanks,
Doug
Yug.
into a
you just
wizard.
gotta ask. And yeah,
The spell's
55.
bugged and doesn't do
Well-
anything.
15. Wait, what?
The spell is
has-
broken and doesn't work.
Yep. There are a lot of spells in this game that just don't work.
Yes.
That's
Or don't
counting on
work
the
right.
NES.
Now, I have to
Well-
specify, work as intended or work as you would expect are two very different things, and we'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
Silence works correctly. It's just temporary status effect. And that's about it.
All right.
Can inflict mute, temporary status effect. Sap. Alright, yeah. Hey, what does everybody think Sap does?
Drain?
Act as circulatory fluid for trees.
He's not wrong.
I wanted to see how long the silence
Sap is
would
an interesting spell that reduces the target's current MP pool. Their MP is reduced to
Oh.
1
it's-
divided by the number of successes plus 1.
It's Rasp.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
rasp.
Okay, so it is 1/2 for
Look at
one
the
success,
size of
and
the
then
spell
add
list.
1 on to the second level for every success.
Spells.
So at 2 successes, it's a third. At 3 successes, it's a quarter.
Yeah, etc., etc.
Yeah.
It is wildly good.
You can rasp away a huge amount of MP. In fact, one success halves their MP. That's enormous.
And then the second part of this description, Sap is unfortunately not too useful due to the fact that enemies that cast spells tend to have enormous MP pools and spell cost is very low.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
So you
boy.
can still beat Yusuf to get yourself a world map, and it will give you this fake globe.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, this map.
This hurts. This hurts a lot.
It's mode 4.
You
Or
were
Oh,
mode
God.
3.5.
you were forewarned by the little text art that happened on boot up of the ROM here. This is a little bit just Nasser's demo reel. This is Nasser showing off things he can do with an NES that you should not be able to do.
Stupid NES tricks.
Just gonna project all these points onto a sphere. Don't mind me.
Just screwing them
This
that way.
owns. This whips.
Yes.
It's a really good tech demo, but why, Nasser?
Why not?
Fair enough.
They can't hit run for. They
Okay.
try,
No, he's
but they-
wearing 2 shields.
No, that's
Oh,
Yug.
Ronford,
Yug is
sorry.
getting hit.
What?
Ronford's just immune.
Ronford's just very
Ronford is
quick.
untouchable.
Anyway.
Aha.
All right, I'm gonna propose this again. Hey, what did everybody think that fog did?
Nothing, I hope.
I thought it was lowered the enemy's accuracy.
Fog's an
Yes.
interesting spell in that it's mostly redundant with silence. It is less accurate, and the only difference is that it inflicts the permanent version of mute amnesia.
Gotcha. So it's a mind fog. Okay.
Yes. In fact, it is mind element instead of body.
Huh. Neat. Weird, but neat.
Oh my god, I just looked at swap and it opened up like a fucking 4 paragraphs.
Good.
Swap
Lay it
is
on us,
complicated.
Newbie. Give us the news about swap.
Swap is an interesting spell with a whole lot of uses. Its mechanics are a bit strange. Swap's level doesn't determine its effect, only how likely it is to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
If the spell works, the caster and the target switch HP scores with each other and do the same for the current MP scores. The new scores are still limited by the usual maximums, so you can't use the spell to gain more HP.
Right. So you can truncate enemy.
Yeah.
You truncate the enemy HP if it's greater than yours, but more importantly, if your HP is lower than the enemy's HP, which it very well might be, you can just have max HP and the enemy extremely doesn't.
Following, the interesting part of this spell comes when you cast it AoE. It's a strange but straightforward effect. As with any other spell, it simply gets used on each target one at a time. The end result being
Multi-ball.
being that it
Multi-ball.
affects the group one by one.
Change places.
Okay, this isn't too bad. You can beat a soldier, right?
We can beat one regular soldier, surely. There's 4 of us. Minwoo is here. Minwoo will protect the children from a distance.
So when that guide said X is a very interesting spell that works in a strange way, you could just replace X with anything in Final Fantasy II, and it'd pretty much either be that or X is broken. It
But then
doesn't work at all.
they go on to explain like all the things, like obviously you can use it to hurt an enemy and osmose them, through the success of swapping HP and all that. You can also use it on party members to heal and maybe give somebody MP and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actually an incredibly cool spell and concept, and unprecedented and also unsubsequented. I don't think it ever appeared again. So it's kind of a shame.
Fear has a 50% chance to hit and makes enemies more likely to run.
What does a higher level do?
More likely to hit, I'm guessing? Give you more dice to throw at it, I would suspect.
I should probably own any attack magic before we really
Yeah,
move
yeah,
forward.
I'm
Yeah.
wondering why you didn't invest in a flame.
It's very expensive.
It doesn't exactly say what it does.
Well, Yug could learn some flame magic, I guess.
The bullet point description of teleport is
Shit.
Oh no. What happened?
We might be going
I looked away
home.
for a second.
We know life, it's fine.
Ron
It's
Fear
fine.
extremely
We
got
have
destroyed.
Minwoo. He can protect the children. Minwoo will protect all children.
Minwoo is a professional.
Yep, unlike the rest of these clowns. Ryama's slowly getting there.
Teleport. Returns the party to the dungeon's entrance at the cost of the caster's HP. Wait, I'm sorry.
Yep, sure does.
Yes.
Second note. Inflicts matter elemental KO in combat.
Yep. Sure
Yes,
does.
that is why I keep throwing teleport at this soldier. You teleport them away.
50 feet straight up.
Leave. Leave.
Holy shit, she's
Ron,
survived.
why can't you be more like Ryama? Look how tough she is.
Oh,
Look how
shit.
decisive she is.
She's gonna gain HP and stamina again. I can feel it.
Stamina up,
Ryama.
HP up, spirit up.
The conch shell is actually really
Invincible.
good.
Yes,
What does it
is.
do?
It casts shell 16 on you.
What?
It's a one use though.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. It's a conch shell. Very cute.
So, question that people are probably asking:
We are turning
what right
around
did
and
Ron
going
for?
home to go
not
buy
gain any
attack
HP?
magic.
Because he was dead.
Because he was dead and revived back to full health.
Because he wasn't injured at the end of the fight. Compare starting health to ending health, and that's how much health you have.
Programming, TM.
Also, he's just gonna be never gaining any stats ever. He's stuck there.
Ron
folks.
Fear exists in a completely locked down. Be gone, all of you!
Oh, Yug learned Cure, did he?
Yes, he's had Cure since the beginning, actually.
I see.
That was one of the things that Loon picked up.
Probably a good plan.
Yeah, he's actually gained quite a bit of stamina, actually.
Yeah, Spirit, I think. Or do you actually mean
This
stamina?
game is coded
No, I
so
meant
weirdly.
Spirit.
Okay, teleport
oh,
1 is
there it
terribly
is.
inaccurate, but there we go. One goblin collapsed.
When you
Be
use an
gone.
ether on somebody, it doesn't just use an item, it casts the ether
Casts
one
the
spell.
Either one spell, yes. Items are often coded as just a spell of their name. FF2 is a weird game.
I love it.
It's
This game is so
special.
dumb. But I like that they took so many risks with this game because, as Loon stated earlier, they didn't really have a large precedent before it that they had to follow. It's just, nah, just do it.
Man, I'm trying to just find a list of the spells.
But what if they cast swap on everyone? Multi-ball.
Yeah,
Swap
I
everything.
really love that the response to that was not, no, that stupid exception case it. It's shrug and let the player have it.
You have spells.
So one thing that is happening here a lot is that since Ronfear is stuck at 10 across the board and everything, he's already at a point where he's probably better than most of the enemies he's fighting, and that's why he's not gaining stats. Unlike Ryama, who was at 5 strength and 5 stamina at the start, she's gained quite a bit to catch up.
Yes.
Also, it's a bit of bad luck.
36 shield. He's working on it.
Both halves of the Kazuki experience.
Yeah, this is really like what's happening to Newbie in Front Mission.
But
Except for the part where we steal 6 billion robots.
at times, boat occurs. Bees!
Ooh.
Reduce
Bees!
your way. Oh, goodness.
Too many bees.
Way too many. We should have learned some
Although,
attack magic.
the queen can't do anything until I cut my way through the bees.
True enough.
Exactly. Well, unless she has some sort of ranged attack.
In the meantime,
Bees, begone! Abjure these bees.
adjure these E's, as it were. You sounded like there was a discovery there.
I'm reading what some more spells do, like slow, which removes 1 attack for each success.
Yes. Slow
That's-
is very powerful.
Wow, that's crazy. What the hell, Slow? Does haste do the same thing in reverse?
Yes.
Yes.
Jesus Christ!
Yes, slow and haste are very powerful spells in this game, as they were in the previous game. Except in this game, you have an NP pool as opposed to just slots of spells, so you can cast more of your support spells.
It should be noted that they can't stack. It takes the best success that you roll.
Right.
Yes. Getting someone with a high level haste is a very powerful tool.
Right. And in some of these ways, I think that the whatchamacallit, the D&D inheritance that this game has is still very strong and very obvious. Because, like, you'll notice that the mechanics for a lot of these spells are still coded like AD&D or D&D second style. You either save or you don't. You get a number of dice that are a number of chances to make your spell work.
The Black Magic Aura, for each success, it grants you a killer against a different family of enemies, going from magic beasts, aquatic, earth, giants, spellcasters, dragons, werebeasts. It is assumed that level 8 was supposed to be undead, but is coded incorrectly and does not give.
The undead are unbeatable. I looked
No
away for a
undead
moment. What
slayer
happened to the queen
exists.
bee? Did you teleport it out of
She
existence?
left.
Oh god.
Bees gone.
So, I believe Net has talked about and I guess you've played the hypothetical FF1 patch that just fixes all the weird buggy shit in FF1.
It exists. There's no
It exists.
hypothesis about it. Wait, Yug.
Yug is poison. He got poisoned by bees.
Did
That's
Yug
fine.
just deal damage with the shield?
Yes, he actually got
Yes.
a very ineffectual punch, and he's done that a couple times before.
He smacked a thing with a shield.
Shield
I
real?
think-
Shield bash real?
It's about as real as Goofy in Kingdom Hearts, but not effective.
You mean extremely real?
Depends on what difficulty you're playing. Could be worse. He could be Donald. He spent most of every battle dead. Alright, what do we win?
About
Health
what
for
I
Yug.
expected.
Stamina for Yug.
Yug is
Look at that,
extremely
70
large.
health. Yeah.
Look at that HP pool.
Hefty.
Here comes a beefy boy.
And he can
We're
spend...
just gonna leave him at 16 health, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Remember, folks, though he is playing a punching animation, use 2 shields. That's the stance.
We invite anybody who's so inclined to give us their best rendition of
Hey.
what this looks like.
I want to talk about Curse.
Oh boy, tell us about Curse.
Curse is a powerful spell that's worth leveling. It's accurate, and the effects are the Curse status effect.
Okay.
Cursed creatures have their physical offensive, and physical defensive potentials halved.
Yeah. Curse.
Curse is apparently the business. Wait, is
Bird,
Cross
be gone.
the
God
item?
damn it, Loon.
What did I keep paging away
Lots
for a
of
second.
teleports are happening.
Bird out.
Oh, and she gained
Non-birds.
stamina because she got pecked in the face. Oh, this is the best.
Yeah, I want to get some levels on teleport, because then it becomes a very strong panic button. If you have a remotely reliable kill spell.
What's he up to on it now? I know he's still level 1.
30%.
but- Okay, that's not too bad.
And alright.
I mean, if you cast it in
400.
battle, it only
90
costs
bucks.
1 MP.
You can definitely get one of the base level elemental spells with that.
Yes.
Is it cheaper to rest at the inn if you use all your magic to cure things? Am I imagining that?
It might be.
Well, we can
'Cause I
do
know-
a quick A and B here.
It's true. We can science this.
I want to point out that you have stun,
Mhm.
which stops somebody from taking any actions.
Right.
Gives them paralysis.
Okay.
Is body element. You have
Alright.
stop, which inflicts paralysis. Is matter element. Body and matter.
Yeah.
Bodies are not made of matter. Alright, so.
No. It has to do with the fundamental mechanism whereby
Yes.
the spell acts.
Yes, health costs more than its weight in mana.
Well then, there we
A
go.
point of mana costs more than health, but you can turn 1 mana into many health.
But newbie, a spell of the matter school acts by directly influencing the fundamental forces that hold matter together. A spell of the body school works by influencing human or other biological physiology.
Meat magic.
Meat magic.
It should be noted that Yug did learn a little bit more of how to cast a cure spell
Yes.
outside of combat, but I believe he learns much more in combat.
And also, he gets the chance to improve his spirit rating.
Yes, which he has been doing an excellent job of increasing so far.
The exact mechanics of Flare versus the elemental spells is Flare has twice the base power, but nothing is weak or resists it.
Yep. It's just flare. It hits hard.
It's very important to have attacks miss Yug. This is how he will learn.
It's very important for these enemies to even try to scratch Ronfer up there.
Someone please pay attention to Ronfair.
Ronver, take off your pants. See if the enemies notice you.
He already did.
Shield louder, Ronfair.
And yes, the most badly bugged spell in the game is Ultima. We'll get. We'll
No,
get.
it's not bugged to the slightest.
It's
Ultimate's
canon.
base power is 100.
Uh-huh.
Damn it.
This is still better than Unlimited Saga. I agree.
What, you have
She has
something
gained
wrong with 12
7
stamina,
stamina.
Ryama?
This does make me remember a lot of the fun stuff of playing Final Fantasy Legends 2 and working with humans and mutants in that game.
Working
Yep.
with mutants and legends, where it's just kind of you don't know what you're playing.
Welcome to Akitoshi Kawazu's Wild Ride, where the last 4 slots of your equipment could be fucking anything. Do you want to be weak to paralysis and poison? Guess what? You're weak to paralysis
Boat,
and
what are
poison.
you doing? Boat?
They're drunk.
Boat.
Oh, the important thing is, at least in those games, you can move around what slot you're learning something in, so you can put the paralysis weakness. You can fight on the. You can fight on pavement. I
Yes.
thought that was safe.
Pavement's covered in bees.
Shabadoo, Legend 3 was the most straightforward of all the early sagas by virtue of being the least saga of all.
It isn't a saga game.
Not really, no. Like, it has some elements. It does keep the monster wibbly system, but only in the most rudimentary of ways, and you never have to interface with it.
I wouldn't even call it a saga game. I think it's just a regular old Final Fantasy game.
Right. Contrast Final Fantasy Legend 2, where unless your party is all humans, welcome to Crazy Town.
It's still pretty crazy with all humans.
It is, but it's a lot more controllably so.
Robot party, though.
Robot Party is a great fucking party because
No.
you
Just all
gain
robots.
stats.
That is a very bad idea.
Because you get absolutely murdered by magic?
Yes.
Yep. Is it you get to Isis and then she sneezes and your entire
No.
party
You can take care of
explodes?
ISIS. It's much later in the game. There's a problem.
I will
No,
sell
Apollo's
the
the
bow.
next world, isn't it? God damn it.
Mute your mic.
So if the right things are going, I might have to demote Ronford to wizard. If he just refuses to take hits.
I think he's okay for right now. Let's see what
You
happens
could
after the next
park
dungeon.
literally everybody else in the back and see what happens.
Maybe.
That is true.
Maybe.
I mean, still give Ron for magic. It gives him something useful to do with his
There's
time,
no reason
but
for anyone to not have a cure tome latched onto them.
He's
Like,
going to
you can-
lose strength on the first time he uses that.
Yeah, you can see off of Minwu how much raw spell capacity you have.
Oh, yeah.
This is, I think, almost the entire white magic list.
I think there's a couple on there that he doesn't have, like, holy.
Yes. But otherwise, there it is.
He's a support mage.
And importantly, hey, the trash can is here. You can unlearn a spell. You can just forget.
It is actually not a terrible idea early on to lose one of his many support spells he's never going to use and give him, like, a fire tome.
Coward.
that he can use his enormous magical capability
Would
to blow things
Yug
up.
take a life even with the mysticism, though?
No, Yug's one of those white wizards.
Absolutely. Of course he would.
Yug is friend to all.
He believes in the threefold
Yug
law.
would never harm a child. Ryama, you are red mage now. I will use your intellect for crime. Potions don't stack. Potions do
No.
not stack. Potions not
Can you stack them into the equip slot of people's inventories, though?
Yes, they can
Because
have 2
remember,
items each.
Minwu had 2 items, so you can just stick them in the items slot. Everybody grab a potion. Put it on your belt. Also, you only have 2 item slots. It should be
Yes.
noted.
2 battle items per person.
Look, have you ever rooted around in a backpack while someone's trying to beat you up?
Okay.
Bridge? No, thank you.
We have a canoe.
Ford the
I will
river.
use a bridge.
I think our party's answer to bridges or to bridge is 1 no Trump.
All right. Let us prep any amount of magic use. Let's get people off of 5 mana. At least, before moving
Why?
forward.
Well,
Or I
five
could
is
just
such a
have
nice
5
place.
mana.
Oh boy.
It's a work in progress, folks.
This is multi-targeting the most baby of fire spells. That's 20 damage. That's competitive.
I want to point out, in the worst case scenario, we do have an option for Ronfer.
Which is?
Self-flagellation.
Ronfer
He can
must
become
apologize
a
for
peasant.
existing.
Yes, he can take up the way of the Cathar.
Nah, he'll learn on his own.
Yeah, by taking up the
No.
way.
Oh shit, they're burning us. Time to run.
There we go. There are some real hits.
Yep.
Well, that's single target, which, yeah, comparable.
He's gonna gain more HP again.
Probably.
We will have the chuftiest white wizard. Back when I was playing this as a small person, well, smaller anyway, I had no idea how the mechanics worked, and therefore, by the time I got to where we're supposed to be going, Yug had like triple-digit HP, no one else had gained anything, and he was the only member of the party who could do any damage at all.
Makes sense.
I looked away. Did she did gain MP? Okay.
A goodly sum, too.
And we
Well,
are
she gained
closing in on
5.
that first weapon level.
Yeah, she gained the amount of empower she has, which is 5, which they all have to start. Oh boy.
And Yug is shielding along up to 70.
With his 13% accuracy.
Who cares?
At the very least, Ronfer is gaining experience for sword.
Yes. Ronfer is quite adept at sword.
He'll be fine. He really will be fine.
To some extent, the game is self-adjusting. It's not as self-adjusting as Saga, but it is self-adjusting.
Oof. Not much money early on. I forgot about that.
Money is real in Final Fantasy II. And in Final Fantasy
To an
1, if I remember
extent.
correctly. Yes, yeah. In super late game, the stuff to buy stops mattering, but for a goodly while, money exists.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Dragon Quest VII, where your dumbass is gonna be broke the whole way through, but thank God for that, frankly.
I'm sorry, you haven't used the casino properly then.
Hey, I don't believe in validating Yuji Hori's gambling addiction.
What's up? Are you gonna do
Ron,
it?
you
Okay.
need to learn. Ron.
A party leader must be tested. Walk fire with me.
Ron, you face this bird alone. Prove your might.
If only we had a soundboard so we could start Mortal Kombat playing right now.
The bird missed.
Good.
Can we talk about
If
how
Ron just
this
never
bird's-
gets hit, then he doesn't need more than 30 health.
Something about this bird sprite is hysterical to me, and I can't really put my finger on
It's
it.
because one of the legs looks like it's just missing. The foot is there. It's just like back. It's in the middle of a
it's
step.
back and it's sitting on tiptoe, and the front leg looks insane, or the front foot, excuse me,
front
looks
foot is very
outrageously
long.
long. Yeah,
It's just a blue flamingo. It's fine.
this looks like a noodle bird, is what I'm saying here.
All right, there we go. He got hit.
The learning begins. Come on, Ron.
Now does he live?
Come on, Ron. Do what must be done. Ron.
Ron, you're fired.
Ron. Ron.
Ron, please. Did Ron get KO'd from
Ron
full
was
HP?
left behind.
Oh, you gained strength.
Ron.
What?
Yes,
God.
Ron is fucking dead.
Did he get KO'd from
Yeah.
full
Ron.
health?
No,
No,
he
no,
was
he got
down to
hit.
12.
He got hit twice
Okay.
in a row.
I see. Well, now he's at 3, and we'll have a much better chance of Now we can stick him in the back and put everyone else in their proper
No.
places.
I think you actually have to get hit, or at least attacked for it to click in. We'll see. We'll find out. It'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Ron will learn.
You can't give up on someone after one bad attempt.
Alright.
His
Wait.
nemesis returns.
Wait, how did this get flipped?
Why did the rose get
Back
flipped?
attack.
Did he
Back
get thrown?
attack.
Sorry,
Or did the
Ron. Looks
rose
like you don't get
reverse?
to do anything this time.
Ron, we will
Holy
demonstrate
balls.
how to fight the bird.
By which we mean Ryama will demonstrate how to fight bird.
Minwoo will demonstrate how to... Minwoo.
You were saying?
I guess Ron could cast a cure spell? I don't know.
Ron could cast spells. Minwoo will demonstrate how to defeat birds.
God damn it.
She did it
God damn it. God damn it.
Okay, the row's reversed. Right, because someone has to be in the front row. If all of your front row people are
Oh,
knocked
yeah.
out, the back row gets moved up.
Ah, the Etrian Odyssey principle.
Wow, okay.
Ron,
there
This
something,
continues to just be amazing.
Ron, defeat these bees.
Alright.
Alright,
Ron, deduce your way out of these bees.
2 bees should be your speed, Ron.
okay, this looks promising.
There we go.
It's a Christmas
Okay.
fucking miracle.
Beginnings. Ron is there.
Does he do it again, though?
Can he do it again? How much more could Ron possibly learn? Almost to shields too.
What does it take to learn strength? Because
It's just rare.
Swing your weapon. It's
Yeah,
your chance.
just swing weapons. Ryama has gained a bit of strength.
Yug gained a bit of strength for throwing a shield at somebody.
Goblins.
In the abstract, the system is very almost intuitive in that you get what you use. That's the entire premise.
Whether or not it actually works or not is a story for another time.
Right. Because both of wibbly coding and strange implementations, you'll get some very odd results as a consequence.
It makes some weird design choices and decay of those design choices on contact with hardware.
No algorithm survives first contact with the players. A concept which is just as true in table games as it is in this, I feel I should add.
Alright, he's got this, I believe. He can take 3 goblins.
Also, as far as normalizing these systems, enemies have a, like, tier ranking built into them, and fighting a higher tier enemy just produces more growth in general. There is some soft cap that will emerge if you are only wrestling goblins. Whereas if we built up the courage to go slay a captain, many numbers would fall out of him.
Which, again, is an incredibly Saga system, since that's pretty much been conserved to every Saga game that isn't unlimited. Because I don't fucking know how.
We don't
unlimited
talk
Saga
about that
works.
game.
Fair.
Arrange your skill hexagons on the Noahedron.
I mean, the thing is, even those words that you just said, they sound like they could be in a game that could be fun to play. Stupid, sure, but fun.
You
Alright,
did it,
would you
Ron.
like to invest your level 3 architecture panel towards wood or towards mind?
Shield up. It's good stuff.
You understand
Shield is up.
wood.
Do I understand wood? I'm not sure that I
Becoming the
do.
wood friend.
Oh my god, I forgot becoming the wood friend existed. I can't believe you made me remember becoming the wood friend.
You too could become the wood friend.
Please do not select becoming the wood friend as your control spell. Goblin 2. Goblin Guardier.
Gardblin.
Or possibly it's just,
Something to be set on fire.
well, yes,
Well,
but
that's-
also a Spider-Man villain.
Goblin Grenadier.
That's right. Norman Osborn, the Goblin Grenadier.
There's another town between me and our destination.
Is it Poft or is it something else?
I think it's Poft. There's a set of
Okay.
3 towns surrounding this bay that we're walking the
Yeah.
shores of. But you
Yeah,
can get
it's
to through the
interesting.
boats.
How far this game goes away from town or world dictated entirely by like game design limitations. So there will be end game enemies near your starting location. Towns will cluster around bodies of water just cause. Well, just cause that's what towns do. Empower.
Empower up.
She'll gain more
Become
magic this way.
empowered.
Scale even more mana.
Red mage, red mage.
Right, the fact that Ron got any health at all means, yeah, we can go back to 2 people in front.
Ryama may once again take the front.
Get out the
Oh, here we go.
globe.
Slowly turn over.
Yeah, so there's the
Yeah,
nearby town there, southeast, and then afterwards we're going to end up going northwest. I already know that's where we're going.
Northwest. Oh, okay.
Town.
Oh, that's right. The little cave and the town next to it is for later.
Yeah, there's
I'm remembering now.
Mining Town and Samite Falls.
Yes. Home of the
One
fuck you
regular
done.
soldier.
Here
One
we
soldier.
go. A real fight.
Shank him. This man is emblematic of the empire that took your home from you.
Leave.
Show us your fury. Not you, Yug. Well, fury demonstrated. Carry on.
No life.
22 damage, not too shabby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how hard this soldier hits. So
Yeah,
Reasonably
maybe,
hard.
Nope.
maybe cure Rihanna.
Nope. Avoid the muscle memory that says you push to the side to multi-target.
Yep.
I believe a soldier one-shot Ronfer when he was at 30 health, so it might not be a bad idea to get everyone a little bit higher. Oh yeah, he's got a bow. I keep forgetting that.
I am curious what the not effective message means as opposed to missed.
They
Because
can't
I'm
hit.
swinging melee weapons from the back row.
I see.
I'm
it's
doing
just
that
you
to have them
can't hit?
pass turn.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're swinging their shield or staff from 40 feet away. It just
Right.
it won't.
Invalid
It's
target.
not going to happen. Slow and steady wins the race there, Ronfer.
Have
I
at
did.
you.
You're chipping away at him. He's getting pretty close to dead.
Yes.
And you're increasing the chance that Ronfer gets some upper body strength.
Magician.
Impossible.
There we go.
Meanwhile, she gets tired of this and sets a man on fire.
You get no money,
Zero
but
gil.
shield up, sword up, intellect down, strength up.
She killed someone with a spell.
Got a potion.
And
Gain
then we
strength.
take his drugs.
Fights can drop
Right onto
items
Ronfer's
now.
business. Yes, that's the thing. That's the thing that happens. Prepare for just 20 cloves of garlic. I can't even remember what it does either.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, okay, but are these guys?
Sword 2.
What does this do? Who knows?
Swords more.
Mm-hmm.
22% of fire 1. 46% of cure.
Mm-hmm.
Much learning.
Hasn't used it yet.
I think if he used it once or twice in a fight, he'll gain more MP.
Yeah.
And then immediately lose strength, because of course he will.
Naturally. Yeah, here in the early game, cash is especially scarce.
Mm-hmm.
We've earned fuck all for having taken our walk out here.
But of course, you could sell this potion. I have no idea how much you could gain from it. Might be
About
more
25
useful just
gold.
hanging onto it.
They also said
That's a
bronze gear.
sizable chunk of all the money we have right now.
But if we use potions, then we're not gaining experience.
This is
Welcome to
true.
Dawn of Sid. Sid exists.
Also, yes. Welcome to Dawn of Sid. The first of Sid.
How do you say that name?
Bofsk.
Bofsk. I've seen it translated as B-O-F-S-K. Bofsk or Bofsk.
Earth.
Bofsk.
Boost.
Boosh.
Man, it has been a hot second since I have thought about boost. That was,
Oh, a mace.
Mace. Maces now.
Maces are heavy.
If this were Dark Souls 2, we'd be buying one for everybody.
Sid, who built and operates the airship.
He just runs an air ferry service.
He just drives places with his boat.
What if I had a skyboat?
His boat's just special. It sails on the wind rather than water.
Ah, so Bofsk is the
Yes,
town
we are
next to the
Poft.
falls.
Salamander is north. Bofsk is east. Bofsk is under occupation. It is where the Empire is building the Dreadnought.
Mm-hmm. Clearly a safe place to go.
We have been warned of this.
Hi.
A lot of people in here.
A lot of people in pub.
Oh, hey,
Learn
Sid.
the word airship. Sid's here. Excuse me, Mithril.
I hear the wild
Rose.
roses are nice this time of year. Never mind.
Boat.
You want the airship? Pay the guy behind me. All right. Yes.
Yeah, so you have limited fast travel here at the beginning. Everyone is saying the same thing. There's just the one piece of news in town.
There was panic in the pub, for the word had got around.
Is it every one of you? Yes.
Yes. They all have the same spots.
Bobsk
They're all
is
saying
at
the same thing.
least.
They're it's local rumor mongers union 47 rules.
To shreds, you say.
Oh, you can save in town as well. Neat.
You can save anywhere. This allows you to extremely dead man walking yourself.
No, you
Oh,
can only
okay.
save on the
Nope,
world map.
only
the
on the
menu
world
option
map.
is just always lit up. Because why wouldn't it be? What, you want to change the color of the font partway through drawing the screen?
Ooh, look who thinks he's all fancy now. This year's programming magic can only take us so far.
We've gotten pretty far, though.
Look at that 3D projected world.
Loon's been going for almost 2 hours and hasn't been party wiped more than the one time that's requested by the game.
Requested, you say?
Yeah, talking to the captain as soon as you walk inside the town that you're from.
Yep. Frankly, as soon as I was done being mad about it, I thought it was pretty funny.
The power of Sword 2.
The first time I played this game, I had not saved yet and accidentally talked to that guy and immediately died. And I was like, all right, good. Let's try that
Good,
again.
great. This is what we're doing now.
Good that
Ow.
he healed. All right,
thing
finish the
he-
fight. He'll gain some HP. I believe. Or
Who
the,
else
you know,
believes in Ronfu?
Nobody.
I do believe in her, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, the narrative the numbers have accidentally generated is that Ryama is extremely
Mana up, health up.
Yeah.
Mana up, shield up, sword up. Agility up on Minwoo. Alright. Fine. I guess Minwoo can gain numbers.
And
He's
that's
really
the first
all
agility
got-
you've gained this game.
The first
Most of the
agility
numbers
up on Minwoo.
Great. Thanks, Minwoo.
Old man.
Thanks.
You mean your totally not optional party member who might leave you at some point gained a stat you really want on anyone else?
What does agility do?
Everything.
A lot of things.
Everything. Got it.
Beep.
It's the super valuable one. It's Dex. Oh dear.
Well,
Been pissed Ron for.
he's fine. They're just gonna run away.
Or not, I guess.
Nothing happened. It's fine. It's just goblins.
Get him.
Who could be concerned
Hashtag
over
just
goblins?
goblin things.
Is Loon marathoning Final Fantasy? No,
Oh
no,
dear God, no.
no.
Although, I do extremely hope he goes on to the good version of Final Fantasy III after this.
You mean the NES version? Yes.
Extremely yes.
Who can say for sure?
Who can say? I can't say. These
You
things
may
are a
never
mystery
know.
to me.
Why would you play the DS version of Final Fantasy 3, Vinay?
Because you hate both yourself and everybody else.
Strong play.
That's really the only reason I can think of. I fucking bought that because I did not know it was garbage. It is the bitterest disappointment.
I don't know about that one. Ooh, his accuracy went up.
Yes. Well, no, that's not accuracy.
Oh, that's the
he now
shield.
has 2 hits with his shield attack.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
Also, yeah, still gaining shield skill at a reasonable pace over there.
You gain a reasonable amount of skill in the first couple levels. It isn't until you get to 3 or 4 that it really starts to slow down.
What does shield skill do?
Makes his shield better.
Blocking.
Excuse me. How is shield skill mechanically implemented? Is the question I meant to ask.
You shield good.
I see. Got it. Understood.
I believe it's just having a shield every round. You're going to get some experience with it.
Huh. And it doesn't do anything insane like scale your evade stat or anything, I'm guessing.
I believe it helps with evasion.
Okay.
How much was it? I think it was a 10% boost just for having a basic shield on. So it's a big boost.
That's not nothing. That can put them down by 1 whole attack.
And once you get the evasion skill leveled up a bit, that 10 or 15 or 20, depending on how big of a boost your shield gives, it certainly adds up.
Right. What?
Oh yeah, you weren't here for that part. And Venom is a
Temporary poison.
Temporary poison.
Poison
Okay.
Junior.
It just has a chance to wear off every...
Yes.
Got it.
Which is probably based on how your stamina is. Maybe.
Yama has 49 out of...
Correct.
You hate to see that happen.
You know, it has its uses. Oh, incidentally, for folks in the chat who are wondering why I'm so negative about FF3 DS, there's a couple of reasons. I don't think...
Is it because it's bad?
Okay, but I'm trying to be specific here. There's a couple of reasons. I don't think what they did with the balance by changing the number of enemies was a particularly good idea. I can understand why they did that. The issue I have is that the original game implemented on-the-fly class switching by having a resource called capacity or something in the patch that I was playing on that you spent some of to change classes on the fly. And the number of capacity anything cost to change into essentially was proportional to how different the class that you were changing into was from the class that you were currently in. That was really the only limit on it. Although, if you change from a magical class to a class that had no magic, you lost all your spells charges, so try not to do that. But other than that, only limitations. In FF3 DS, instead of having capacity, what they had was a system called crystal sickness, or something of the sort, where essentially you got super jet lagged or something every time you changed classes, and as such, you had a savage stat penalty for a number of fights proportional to how different the class you were changing to was from the one you were currently in. And the problem with this, and in the abstract, I don't mind this so much. The problem is that in conjunction with the fact that individual enemies got much more powerful because they were all, compressed down from a larger enemy count, this made enemies tend to absolutely murder the shit out of the crystal sickness character. Which meant that changing classes anywhere that wasn't extremely safe was kind of a death sentence.
I just thought of a way to fix this, effortlessly.
Go.
Make it a cooldown period before you can switch classes again.
I would be absolutely okay with that. That's a good idea. I like that. It just means, hey, you've got crystal sickness. You can't change jobs again for another looks at watch or battles. That would be fine.
X number of battles. I'd say 3 to 5 if you want to keep that system, or you could just, not have that system.
Any system, also that. Any system that punches you for trying to engage with the mechanics is inherently just bad.
Right.
And like inexcusably bad. This is one of the issues that I've had with Etrian Odyssey forever, because for some reason they are so up their own butt that there should be a downside to reclassing.
I will be right back.
And I don't understand why. That series is 8 games deep now, and they still have one. And they keep making it less because they know it's bad. So, like, originally in the first game, it's like 10 levels. Like, you reclass, you lose 10 levels. And then, like, the second game, it's 5 levels. And then the third game, it's 3 levels. And up until, like, as of late, it's like 1 level, or, like, you pay an amount of money. And it's like, what if it was free, though? What if you could just do it? Yeah, you can't even reset in the original Etrian Odyssey until you're level 30.
Would you like a beverage, ma'am? Okay, so a thing that I like a result of out of the keyboard system, even though the keyboard system is never used to do anything novel or interesting, really, in this. But what it does do is the moment you walk up to someone who is important, you see this menu. You know this person is important now. You can note them for later. This is not a rando with flavor text. She will do something, somewhen.
Oh, that's Joseph's kid.
Yeah.
That's Joseph's daughter. That's Joseph.
There's Joseph. Hello.
So now it's time to brandish our... Oh, nope, maybe not.
Yeah, we go straight.
Summit Falls.
Yes. There's a
First
mining camp at the
real
falls.
dungeon.
Let's go rescue some prisoners.
Marsh Cave.
Camp
It's time
cave.
to experience Final Fantasy II's dungeon design.
Soon.
This town hurts my eyes.
Yeah, Sand
Yeah.
Falls
You-
is... Well, no, Salamand here is extremely bright. Just stark
Yes.
white snowfield.
Like, here's the thing. A lot of people's complaints with 2 are either a little founded or misinformed or this or that or the other. Like, they're not as bad as you think. 2 has the worst dungeon design in the entire fucking series.
Yes, it does.
And that's saying something when, like, 1 exists, and 1 ain't that great.
I actually play 1 over 13 now that I'm thinking about it.
13's fun. Like, the dungeon design is not where I say again, 13's problems are, again, misconstrued by the
What
popular
about-
conception.
What about a long
Ooh.
sword?
A better weapon.
Whoever says 13 is just long corridors, then that's it. You walk forward forever. Forgot when they played Final Fantasy X.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. However, this is
13
around the part where, and I'm given to understand that combatively speaking, 13 doesn't do this. The falls here are the part where the game leans in really close and goes, "Hey, you holding the controller right now. Experience Beach." Because punishment is in your near future.
Oh, it'll be fine.
We defeated
Thir-
individual Imperial soldiers. How many could there be at the slave mines?
13's main issue isn't just the plot. 13's gameplay is long, drawn out, boring, as somebody who has finished all of it and thought he enjoyed it and then watched somebody else play it and went, oh, I was young and stupid.
Steel Guard. What? Wait, hold on. What?
Yeah.
No. Can you go back to your MC there, Ronfer? Did he have Ronfear? Okay. It was a
He's
thing. It looked
managed
like he had
a strength and a
1.
stamina.
It looked like he only had
Accuracy,
1 strength,
though.
though, was the thing. Oh.
Accuracy, though. Game.
Yeah, he has that second attack on sword. Close.
I think strength might actually play into accuracy with the weapon.
Possible.
Because he's more accurate than she is.
Yeah, despite the agility gap. So
So 268 compared to
271.
he has 3 more strength than she does.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, we want to be on the lookout for agility ups and anytime someone gains an additional dodge.
I don't think dodge can happen too much in the early game. I think you need to get towards fighting enemies who have multiple attacks.
Possible.
Like those Death Knights you fought at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Or the
Just
captain.
need to take on the cavalry. Face first.
I mean, I'm just going off discussion in chat real quick. The biggest thing to remember whenever you're talking about Final Fantasy games is that there literally isn't a Final Fantasy game that's perfect.
Not even close. Yeah.
A lot of them actually have very major flaws. 5, for as good as it is, actually has a lot of problems if you're like saying playing it blind or don't know all the mechanics. It's very fun once you know what you're doing, but without that knowledge, it has a lot of problems. You could invest in Red Mage because you think it's a good class. Oops.
But like, the other thing is, 5 is probably the most mechanically solid game in overall design, but that...
And then it has Wendigo.
Yes, and then it has Wendigo. The other thing is, that means it's extremely robust to different play patterns, but doesn't necessarily mean it's easy to learn how to play the game well.
Discard, Red Mage is one of the worst classes in 5.
In the first world, it's fine.
In the first world, it's fine. In the end game, it's awful.
Hey!
At least monks can natively survive Almagest.
Hey, Ron.
All is forgiven. Immediate
Did
save.
he gain an agility?
Immediately save. Immediately lock in that Ron is getting faster, even slightly.
He watched the wizard dodge and went, oh, I can do that too.
I can move fast.
As somebody who has watched Loon play through 5 50 times, it is faster to just train up a different magic caster than invest 999 job points into Red Mage. As somebody who had Red Mage, it's better to just do anything else than use dual cast.
Dual cast is usually a novelty thing. It's fun, don't get me wrong, but it's
The reason to have
opportunity
dual
cost
cast
thing.
is you had to grind to level 60 anyway to survive Alma, so it showed up on its own.
Consider that if you just switch to Time Mage, you have dual cast. Congratulations.
You have dual any action.
And more importantly, you have Quick Leak. I have no idea how fast Quick Leak kills anything.
You alone exist in the frozen time.
Fortunately, Loon has some video
videos
out there
for
that
that.
shows exactly how long it takes to
There's
kill the fucking boss with Quick
documentation
Leak.
on the subject.
Also, to put it in a better analogy, hey Vinay, when I did my first Fiesta, I had Time Mage, and I could math out, I think, how to... I don't think I could math... Actually, I don't know if I could math out how to kill either of the bosses, so instead I quick leaked them, and I think I got to, like, my joke that I did on the side was I just brought up... I made a scene that was just, I started playing Final Fantasy IV PC version with just FF5 going on in the lower right.
Amazing.
Oh, I see. You got to.
Yeah, I gotta take the long way around.
Yes.
It's above the falls.
Yeah. In 5, Red Mage and Monk are the only 2 classes that are, like, bad. That are just like...
I don't mind having a monk.
Monk is there.
Monk is there.
The thing is, Monk doesn't have to grind to survive Almagest. That is an actual feature.
And then it lives, and then Monk's there.
And then it
Throws an
throws a
elixir.
phoenix down at somebody useful, yes.
Hey, I think we figured out how much HP these goblins have.
Dragoon is pretty weak, but Dragoon is fine. It punches. Like, Dragoon can at least punch. Dragoon can also, if you get it, Dragoon gets the spear that you get from the legendary things is good against dragons, right?
No.
No, you have to steal that.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you get the holy
I think that's the
lance
pearl lance?
from
Yeah.
the.
Holy Lance is a good weapon, but it isn't the Dragon Lance.
Dragonlance is
I believe you have to steal that from Shinryu?
no Shinryu is the whale whisker. That's
Whale
the
whisker?
no, not whale whisker.
Dragon whisker.
Dragon whisker. Yeah,
Whale whisker though.
whale whisker is
Steal it from Bismarck.
That's an octagon rod.
that's staves. That's
Yeah.
a good stave.
Yeah, the dragon spear is
whisker.
in the dragon portion of Neo X-Staff.
Oh, right,
Wow.
good.
Good.
Yeah, and then
Admittedly, I really
Dragon Whisker
What?
was how I won one of my laps because I had Beastmaster and I Dragon Whiskered, and it can apparently paralyze that part of X-Death, the Dragon X-Death.
Mhm.
Yeah, Beastmaster with a Dragon Whisker does like 8,000 damage to Dragon X-Death. It's
Yeah.
really good.
Jesus Christ.
If you have a weapon that is effective against a certain type, I think it does 8 times damage.
Yeah,
It's
and Dragon
kinda
Whisker
ridiculous.
is the best whip.
What does the dragon part of X-Death cast? Because each one of the parts has a
It's the
one of
Grand
big
Cross
attacks.
component.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So, again, why that run went really well.
Oh man, he managed to punch that guy in the face twice.
Yug hit with the shields.
Yeah. I think I need to feast it again this year just so that I can get a Ned fight that doesn't require reflecting Delta attack into it.
Might I recommend FF14 where you can just fight Ned.
No, but
I watched you fight Ned for like an hour and a half.
You can
I
rotate
watched
the board.
Loon engage in science.
Would you
on
like to
Ned.
solve Grand Cross Omega?
Oh my god, no, please. That
The
was
one-
horrifying.
I mentioned this before, but the highlight for me of that whole run was the one Grand Cross Omega where I solved the buffs. I was like, okay, I don't have lightning, which means I run back and then get knocked forward, and then I have the death thing, so I have to get hit by the laser so that I die, but I don't die, and I did everything right, and I was like, yes, I did it, and then turned and the second laser killed me.
That escalates the whole thing to the level of practical joke.
We did everything right.
That's so good. I frankly, towards the end of that, I was just looking to see how much of that fight Loon and Cosmic Afro spent face down.
Hey, our most successful runs overall in terms of progress were the ones where I spent the most time dead.
Diablo
Just be
party
dead.
members.
It's
For what it's
unbreakable.
For jumping into his first Savage, Loon did really well.
No, I understand savages are fucking nightmare things, but it was really funny to me to watch. Also funny to me to watch was watching everybody except you and Emily wipe, watching her limit break 3 the entire party up, and then everybody die again immediately.
Yes. Healer
Yeah.
LB3 directly into a party wipe was
That
perfect.
was
so good.
That was a level of rude I was not expecting from Ned. Of he ignores res immunity.
that was comedy.
The laws
Just
of the universe mean nothing.
perish. So many
For those who don't understand, in 14 when you res, you are immune for like 10 seconds or until you take an action. Not against X-Death though, apparently.
Keep working on this teleport.
So to address a topic lightly brought up in chat, yeah, FF3 definitely did did have some weirdities in its job design, specifically the fact that some jobs were strictly better than other ones.
What that makes a bit more sense because in 3 it's a progression system. It doesn't expect you to be in the early jobs forever.
You get
Forever,
the
right.
Earth Crystal much later than all of the other crystals.
Yes,
They're
yeah,
spread
the
out
Earth
over the
Crystal
whole
is
game.
real late. And yeah, they're sort of gating things for your entire game, so that like they don't expect Viking to have a full game lifespan. But classes do have a longer lifespan than you might otherwise expect. I think it's the 3rd crystal where you start getting jobs you can reasonably expect to take into endgame, because Dark Knights are endgame viable. If only because
Dark Knights are endgame required.
they're not endgame required, and I know this because I definitely acted like stubborn moron and went through at least one Dark Knight required dungeon with 0 Dark Knights in my party.
Well, I can see it being possible because I think it's just dark damage, and all Dark Knight weapons do dark damage. So that's the easiest way to get around
all
it.
Dark Knight weapons do dark damage, but also there are a couple of other things which don't splitting enemies. Double also, if they dead, they don't split, and monks are very capable of just killing.
Or you
Splitting
so
enemies.
there is a dungeon in late game 3 that has enemies that split if they're hit with anything except for either dark damage or Dark Knight weapons. Or if you kill them.
Or if you kill them. If they're dead, they controlled. So yeah, you can also use casters, I believe, because it's only if they're struck with weapons that they split.
Ah, poison noise is still here. That's real poison.
Poison noise.
Oh, did he get stung by the queen bee?
The
That
queen
means-
has the true poison. All right, let's assume that out of you.
Oh no, he's
That's
used
wrong.
4 of his 103 MP. What
Poison
will
for
you do?
adults.
You know, none of that poison for minors.
No casual poison. Vampire thorns.
Poison light. I think vampire thorns are called fangs, aren't they? God damn it.
Shield
The silence
damage. Shields are doing damage.
Doug has achieved a level of hate which allows him to harm with protection. One day, he will remove the shields and destroy the world entire.
Now, one thing that Loon hasn't done here yet, which is a wise and sensible thing, is you can dual wield in this game. You could have Yug set up with 2 broadswords at this point if you wanted to.
Yes.
That's a quick way to get someone killed, though.
On the other hand,
Coward.
it's also a quick way to gain a lot of stats.
You will become very powerful wielding your couple of swords, but the shields help train
Well,
evade. So,
Yes. You are very made of paper.
shields are the
Alright.
order of the day.
Do you need to evade if you have blood sword though?
We'll get to Bloodsword.
There are so many stupid edge cases in this game.
Bloodsword, it's only
Bloodsword.
good against bosses.
Is bad in every other FF as penance for how good Bloodsword is in FF2.
As punishment for its hubris in its attempt to reach the heavens.
Bloodsword went too
was
close to
struck
the
down.
sun. It tasted the veins of God.
I feel like
It can't be this good, right? Yes, it is.
I feel like I
Yes.
need to look up the numbers for blood sword real quick.
Oh, look, a rock.
Peculiar. Oh, look.
Oh.
A Squatch. Hello, Squatch.
Oh my
Will you
god,
be
I
our
love,
Kind, gentle
I love-
Sasquatch.
I love everything about this sprite. This is the greatest fucking FF1.
Oh, it's
Look
dead.
at
Never
it!
mind.
It's fine. Squatch is harmless.
Oh my god.
You just bisected that thing.
No harm from a common Squatch. Rock. Nothing
it's
is
just
here.
a rock.
It's just a blue rock.
Definitely not
Strange.
suspicious. Well,
On
Wait a
with the
minute.
dungeon.
oh no!
There's birds. There's Squatch.
Is
Just
there a
ordinary
problem,
dungeon
maybe?
things.
Hold up, I'm looking up a couple of things. This is important for me to know.
I see.
Does it tell you you have a preemptive strike before you take your first actions? Or
Yes.
is it okay, well, no. It said preemptive strike after Loon had put in all the actions for the first round.
Oh.
I was curious if it had said that beforehand.
Huh. I guess it didn't want to waste your preemptive strike on telling you had a preemptive strike.
That's important information is what I was getting at.
Well, fair.
Knowing that you're not going to be receiving blows on the first round can change what actions you take.
That is true, yeah. I assume that's why they tell you first later on. Also, man, like, the hardware can't have improved that much, but if I'm remembering FF3 NES correctly, it looked considerably shinier than this for running on the exact same hardware.
A lot of that is owed to art direction.
Alright, that might be it.
You can look at just side-to-side compare sprites from 1, 2, and 3, like in particular on the character side of things. The other art director in charge of actually fitting Amano's concepts into an NES
Yes.
greatly honed her craft as the franchise moved forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Like,
I
fucking
never
look at
act-
Minwoo. Just look at him.
Yep.
I
And
never
it's
actually
glorious.
I never actually understood why the blood sword was so good in reading this. Like, I knew it was just, it's ridiculous, it's really powerful, yeah. So, for the exact numbers and what the blood sword does, it's terrible against normal enemies and undead, but ridiculously good against bosses, because whenever you swing it, it drains exactly 1/16 of a target's maximum HP.
Oh,
Not
Jesus
current,
Christ.
it's max
But the
HP.
player just
Good,
had percentile damage. The grand percentile damage. Capital
Yes,
percent.
The blood sword will kill anything in 16 swings.
Blood sword is a gravity weapon.
It carves off exactly
happens if you
1/16 of all their blood.
Yeah, with each hit. What
Yep.
if you swing 8 times around?
What if you cast haste into blood sword?
Anyway, I am looking at something else right now. Going through
Blood
the
sword is
grand.
red. Mages are blue. Oh my, well, no.
Going through the grand list of Final Fantasy Record Keeper weapons.
Hooray!
God damn it.
Hold on. Let's go back to what just happened to
You
Loon.
found
we
a
find?
dime!
You found
What?
10 gil!
A
Great.
shiny penny.
Yep.
Alright, this is the part where it becomes clear that FF2 is making fun of you.
This
What,
is
what treasure
the part-
did you expect to find in cave? It's just a waterfall cave.
This is when you find out that FF2 is a bad game with bad dungeon design.
Experience. I'm sorry, I will make no more reference to Star Trek Interactive board game.
Just remember, this game hates you better. Boy howdy does it hate you better.
On the
All
other
right.
hand, it's perfectly willing to give you scope to hate it back.
So now that I have the full list of Final Fantasy Record Keeper swords open, this page is gigantic, by the way. Somehow Blood Sword Final Fantasy 2 is not in this yet.
I wonder why. They're saving that for a special occasion.
You say that, but Control
It's too
F,
powerful, newbie.
Ultima. Oh, geez. Okay, hold up. That didn't take it at all. Control F, Ultima weapon. There it is.
Oh, I understand. I'm not. The blood sword in Final Fantasy II is stronger than the Ultima weapon.
But the ultimate
okay.
weapon was supposed to be all powerful. How does your
This is not
foe
my-
still stand?
This is not my intention.
I'm glad you got there because my mouth was full and I didn't want to unmute myself, but I was going to go for it if you didn't.
The thing of note, Crom, is, and you know this, the fucking weapon doesn't mean jack and or shit
No,
in Record Keeper.
it's just that good. It'll be the first 9-star weapon.
Well, I'm gonna step outside and save my accomplishment of finding a dime on the floor.
I think you also got strength on soul.
Hey, friends!
Hello!
Welcome to Bombs!
Welcome to Real Dungeon.
There are 7 different blood swords in the game. We just don't have the blood sword from 2 yet.
Like I said, it's that good.
Yes, I do have teleport. I can always use it for its regular purpose of leaving.
But what if you get into a combat on the way out and gain agility?
Yeah.
Is this regular too? Yes, this is regular too.
You always want more fights.
Oh,
Balloons are weak to fire.
They're flammable. They explode.
They're bombs.
They explode.
They explode.
Watch out, balloon that explodes.
he's
Thank you.
fine. He's fine.
Ronford's fine. Ronford doesn't need to hear this.
He doesn't need to heal. He will gain HP this way.
Ronford will learn. Everyone is going to learn today.
Wait, did it remove it? Yes, it exploded. The bomb exploded.
Self-destruct exists as of just now. Got him. See, Ron's fine.
Inflammable means flammable?
Yes.
Yeah, so the existence of swap also means that I am capable of, like, fully refilling the party in the field. As long as there are enemies who have mana. Because I could have Minwoo unload all of his
Shield
numbers
up.
into somebody else, and then grab fresh numbers out of an enemy. Shield 3. This is to go further beyond.
Intelligence 9.
Well, he's thinking. He's not thinking
I have been
much. He's thinking
noticing
less
a
than
lot of-
before.
Well, yeah. I've been noticing a lot of connections that when you're gaining stamina, you're also gaining it with an HP up. I think it's probably correlated.
It's a soft link. They have the same activation condition.
hmm
One could go through without the other.
The HP levels are starting to look pretty good, though.
Yep. Just gonna step away a moment. Then, back into the pit.
Oh, there they go. Spirits Within didn't fail just because it was a CG movie. It's also just a really fucking bad movie. Spirits Within is the back half of that movie is James Woods being mad that he can't fire the big gun, and then he fires the big gun and it causes problems, and he's like, well, I want to fire the big gun again, and then it explodes. That's literally it. Like, it's fucking dumb. Also, yeah, James Woods voices the villain of Spirits Within, and he's named Hein. That's another weird pool that they did. They named
Mhm.
the villain after the weird wizard from
The
3.
skeleton wizard.
Yep. The first wall changer.
Well.
But yes. Welcome.
The same encounter.
Yep. Let's see if we can go wide here. It seems like it might work out.
To BomboCom. What if they blew up somewhere else?
Shield 3.
Yeah, I think the Enix Square merger was always going to happen. It's just that, Enix has more control of the company now.
Yeah, 50,
I mean,
50.
Spirits Within was a pretty decisive factor in having that happen.
Yes.
If Spirits Within hadn't happened, maybe it wouldn't have.
Spirits Within hadn't bombed, then they might still have Square's weird animating studio in Hawaii that they made just for animating in Hawaii. Square had too much money.
That gave us a jillion Hawaii references in Final Fantasy IX, including a full set of
Oh boy.
Hawaiian clothing, stereotypical Hawaiian clothing, beach outfit, which does absolutely nothing as far as I can tell.
Spirits Within almost killed the merger, actually. FF10 and Kingdom Hearts put the merger back on the table.
Ah, I see.
Wasn't FF10 the first Square Enix game?
I mean, it might have been in the pipe before the merger, right? And it could have just been released after the merger went through, but apparently not. That said, yeah, there is the point that Square even if it's not like the actual Studio Gainax experience, definitely shares some DNA with Studio Gainax and being a studio that was manned initially by enthusiasts, where enthusiasm in this case is represented as the opposite of experience.
No. That's the HD remaster. Oh, no, yeah. Here we go. Special website, Final Fantasy X, Square Company Limited. Okay. Yeah, it was after 10.
Now, we want to talk about a weird effect. It's... Oh, hey!
Unfair.
Yep. If we want to talk about a weird effect, let's talk about the
begins.
effect that Final Fantasy had on the perception of JRPGs in the West. Because, boy howdy, weird-ass release timing did a lot to fuck with our idea of where JRPGs came from.
Oh, hey,
Oh, look,
you found
real
20 bucks.
Yeah.
The big 20. That's a cure tome right there.
Yep.
That's a problem right here.
Oh, they can be burned.
They can be burned.
But her magic went down, didn't it? That might change things a bit. It'll be interesting.
She could single target one and just hope the other three don't decide to explode.
It'll be fine. See?
It's
Two
fine.
punches.
What the hell, Yug?
Yog's getting real good at shields.
But yes, what I was going to say before I got extremely sidetracked regarding, like, Square dying as an independent company is that, like, as a company made out of enthusiasts, swing for the fences for a really long time seemed like it was their only state of operation. So, engaged in, I guess you could say, potentially ill-advised levels of expenditure on every game. There's a reason Final Fantasy VII looks the way it does for the time that it took place in and the hardware it occurred on. Part of that is due to some extreme shenanigans on the programmer's part, but part of that is because they're just like, all right, let's buy fucking 50 Silicon Graphics workstations to work. Which is just an absurd hardware expenditure back in the day. These days, a Silicon Graphics workstation probably the same computing power as the average cell phone, but that was why they could put together the...
What the actual hell, Loon?
What?
I'm sorry, again, what did I miss?
That was 3 punches in a row by Yug.
Yug's good at
Yug's
shields.
getting good at this.
Yug
yeah.
makes 3 attacks around with his shields.
At 14% accuracy. Minus enemy evasion.
Yeah, that works out like just shy of 40% nominal accuracy for landing a hit.
Mm-hmm.
He's real good at shields.
God. I saw somebody mention Einhander. Let me tell you about fuck, that game is so good. You know what we need to do is play more Einhander.
My brain immediately made that into Urgeis.
Oh, you mean
never actually
God
played
Bless the
Urgeis.
Ring?
Yes.
Isn't that Urgeis 2? Or is that
No,
one?
there is no Urgeis 2. Are you fucking kidding?
I'm thinking of Bushido Blade, aren't I?
Yes.
I'm thinking of Bushido
Yes.
Blade. I'm sorry.
If there is a second
That's-
Urgeis, we have problems.
That's the good Square fighting game. Wow. Good question. I've heard
I
good
mean-
things about Bushido Blade. It's just
Good,
weird.
good. That matters on what you think, because Guys did give us fucking Sephiroth doing beach flag races if you want, so, you know.
Ooh, 32.
I should find that clip that Ty did where he purposely did the beach races as Sephiroth and just kept fucking up the inputs, so Sephiroth kept eating shit. Because that was a
also
good...
adding up. I could afford
Lately, I'm
an
not gonna
enlonged
lie.
sword.
I'm. Wait, did we find a long sword?
I could afford an enlonged sword when we get back
Ah.
to town.
Perhaps we should. Our guys had a rogue mode.
Yes. It was
What?
bad.
was bad.
Why?
Here's a point of how bad the rogue mode was. When you get to the end, it had 2 characters. You pick one. You could switch at any time, but you pick one, and you go down, and you beat the game. And then when you beat the game, that character gets imprisoned, and the second character has to go down and free them in order to finish the game.
No, you know what? I'm actually kind of okay with that. I like that idea in concept.
You would.
Did you see that one, everybody? She
I am
gained
afraid
intelligence and then lost it.
Do not allow that to
FF2.
overshadow that the dream is real. Agility 6 Yug. He's gonna do it. He's gonna make it.
He's gonna make
He's
it.
a-
Everyone believe in Yug.
Oh, sorry if I blew out anybody's speakers there. That was very funny.
Send Yug your energy.
Yep. All right,
Intelligence
back
down,
on.
intelligence up. What?
Thinking.
OG FF2, is it? Oh no, it's a soldier plus goblins.
Soldier with
Oh,
goblin
whatever.
escort. Terrifying.
This actually isn't that big a deal. The soldiers in the
This
back
is
can
harmless.
only
Yeah,
use
the
their
soldier
bow.
can only use the bow, yeah.
This is somehow less dangerous.
I mean, Yoshitaka Amano has some brilliant, wildly imaginative art and the weirdest fucking character designs I've ever seen in my life. Like, if you look at his world and monster designs, he does beautiful work, but my god, everything the man draws looks like an acid trip populated entirely by, like, old medieval fairy tale fairies.
Go watch the movie he made.
Angel's Egg? Oh my
Go
god,
watch
no,
Angel
that
Egg.
is the...
Be reminded that
No,
Angel
that
Egg
is-
exists, and then go watch it.
Juan and I have made the blood pact that Angel's Egg is the movie we watch if we lose a bet with the other one.
Well, you should bet more.
Oh
You should
my
bet more and
God,
watch
literally.
Angel Egg. It's weird that you keep saying that his art, you keep making it seem like his art is bad in some way and not amazing. Don't make me tap the picture of Evie.
It's real good.
Look,
Don't
I
make
didn't
me
say
tap
bad.
the picture of Steiner.
I said weird. That's not the same thing.
Well, the good news about the fight that's currently happening, as you are talking about the best characters ever, that soldier's almost dead, so Loon's already pretty much won this fight.
Alright, things are happening in the...
Vivi and Steiner are, however, amazing characters, and they should be recognized more. Unfortunately,
Frankly,
they're in a game that has some issues.
The picture I'd tap is, there is one particular character art of Ferris, which looks literally nothing like the character does in-game, but my god, I want to see it made into a sprite. Because she is wearing the most Technicolor Dreamcoat imaginable.
I want to believe. Everyone's gonna make it. It's gonna be great.
Well, yeah, Minwoo's right there. We are at no time in danger.
Yeah,
Just keep
Minwoo
hitting
can
them.
just...
Minwoo is supervising the children while they learn about fighting.
They're getting there. Someone almost has triple-digit health.
In fact, I've been holding off because 7 out of 100 is a pretty reasonable chunk of mana, but you know what? Cure most. Also, it's
Aw.
fine. Also, I single-targeted that cure, so...
Instead of going straight to... Yeah, okay, cool.
Verminator, you say Steiner looking intimidating seems wrong, but do you remember what happened when Steiner tranced in FF9?
People died.
Yeah, it's just, he cut anything in half.
Everybody else gets all these unlocked abilities that are like super cool and this, that. Amarant gets to use his abilities, AoE and all that. Steiner just gets ×3 normal attack.
Steiner just goes Super Saiyan.
I don't need to do anything special. I just hit you really, really hard.
It turns out, hit them really hard is at the core of being a knight.
Alright, so mana up, mana power up, mana up.
Oh.
Minwoo stats. Oh, good, Minwoo stats. Minwoo has more stats, everybody.
Minwoo gained MP. He's gonna be up to what, 150 or something ridiculous?
Minwoo is thinking.
Oh, I was kidding.
Although also Ryama is thinking.
She's doing very well at being, you know, an Omni character.
You know what I just realized? This Amano art that Newbie linked, this isn't what Steiner looks like. This is Steiner's self-image. This is what Steiner sees when he looks in the mirror.
How dare you? How dare you imply that Steiner isn't beautiful? Yes, okay, it's finally. No, we're getting there. Shut
Soon.
up. Soon.
Soon.
Oh gosh, I need to...
Soon,
I cannot
Moon has
ever
to make a choice.
I looked away. What happened?
Soon.
Moon has to make a
Soon. choice
choice very soon.
I'm scared. Oh, it's time!
It's time for dungeon design.
Yup.
Oh, I thought it was whatever was in the chest that I didn't see you pick up.
They've just a
No.
potion.
Soon,
okay.
it will be time to experience Beach.
You mean doors?
Yes, that's what I said.
Time to rotate the
Beach.
board.
Klingon for door.
You know, your front two characters are probably getting fairly close at level 3 swords at this point.
Yeah, probably.
There are some doors like this in FF4, but oh my god, there's so many in FF2.
there is one dungeon like this in FF4.
And is intentionally doing that because touching the door is the problem.
Yes. And even still, I hear that the general reaction to it is just seething fury.
It's weird. In the randomizer, you can turn off those encounters that happen when you touch the door, and that dungeon is way less infuriating.
Of course it is, because there's no death doors.
Those doors are actually much easier to deal with in every other version of Final Fantasy IV. Because you can hit them with stop.
Mm-hmm. Oh god. Is it still Shrine of Miriam that's the FF12 dungeon with evil walls?
That sounds right.
Okay.
You mean the
Demon walls, rather.
demon walls? That's the Dynast
The
King's.
Dynast King's Crypt? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the other option. I was just thinking... Wraithwall's Tomb, yes, thank you. I was just thinking about like rude dungeon design now that we were on the topic, and I remember I think it's either still Shrine or Dynast King's Tomb that contains a mimic save point, which is a piece of beauty I have yet to see replicated.
Those are actually rather common in some of the post-game stuff.
Huh, alright then.
Also, to be fair, there is a very bad mod for Dark Souls 1 that makes a mimic bonfire. That all it is when you sit down at the bonfire, it explodes.
No, that's... If it always left you with 1 health, I would argue that would be the funniest joke a Dark Souls mod could play.
Unfortunately, that mod is very bad.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Like, the mimic bonfire that leaves you at 1 health would genuinely be the best thing.
It's a shame because like there's good potential in that mod, and then it gets bad.
Alright, more health and stamina for Ronfair. Helpful.
He's caught up.
Right, I wanted to check on 82% of the way to teleport. To teleport more.
Mimic
1,
bonfire is
30.
right after Pinwheel. Thanks.
74.
That's... Oh my goodness. Oh, right, Bone Wheels. Bone Wheels are the real challenge there.
It's time to rotate the board.
Welcome to Monty
Time
Hall's
to
problem.
battle.
Welcome to Monty Hall's Wild Ride.
Surely all these doors lead to the correct location you want to go to.
Ha ha, you jest.
So while we're in this battle, I will explain what these doors are.
We will see what
Bad.
these doors do.
Imagine 4 doors on the edge of a cliff.
So, Final Fantasy II likes to have these dungeon parts that frequently just have
Final
many
Fantasy
doors.
II is a land of contrast.
One of those doors goes to the rest of the dungeon. The other 3 warp you to the center of a featureless room where every step is an encounter.
Is there a problem?
64 and 61 and 32. Still getting those shield ups. You chose poorly.
Wrong.
You
It isn't
escaped.
It is
Every
not
step.
that every step is an
It's
encounter.
just the highest.
The encounter
It's the
rate is
highest.
high enough that you're almost guaranteed to get
Oh,
jumped.
but what were the other two? One of them could have had a treasure in it.
No,
No.
they never do. If you
That's
see
not done.
doors lined up like that, one is the correct, the rest is pain.
I think they pull a fast one in one of the later dungeons where one does lead to a treasure, but for the most part, yes, it's just pain. Don't do it.
Now that said, while that is the rudest thing in dungeon design, I do actually kind of like these fights, since there's bombs plus enough other stuff that even if you survive a bomb blowing up on you, you might still die.
That's why you have Minwu.
The
No, I
bombs
understand.
detonate, and then the goblins swing in after the bombs.
Mm-hmm. This is what we call good, if extremely primitive, encounter design.
It's reasonable.
Yeah. I'm not asking for miracles here. It's fucking FF2. They're still working at some of the kinks. Yug just sort of scratches at his cheek.
You take the big damage until it ceases to be the big damage.
Mm-hmm.
System's working as designed.
Yep. Wow, I did
Luna's
not
done-
notice Ryama's 99 max health.
I don't think Loon's done any real grinding. It's just been walking to locations at this point.
Yeah.
Wow, 3 hits. That's the first 3 hit of the group.
Yep. Yug, powerful fightman.
Yeah, the only segment so far you could call a grind is walking back to get Fire 1.
And that was less of a
That
grind
added
and more of a, oh, hold on, we are out of our league. We need to get an actual attack ability that's not just swing our ineffectual weapons.
We need
You
more
hit
shields.
the wall.
Not quite a wall, just a fence. A mound.
Yeah, a mound. Oh.
You don't think there's anything that puts down pressure on stamina. It's only the attack attributes that ever decay.
Yeah, and there, if you use the opposite thingo...
You got a pretty penny.
You found lint.
Surely this door goes
Oh
somewhere
my
important.
Nope. I'm glad someone's having a good time.
I mean, like, even at the time when I played this, at some point, there was this slowly dawning revelation that all of this was a colossal joke, and coming back to it, like, 10 years, 15 years later, has by no means reduced that feeling.
If people are curious, if Loon was wearing the quote-unquote best armor at this point in the game, bronze gear across the board, these would be scratches. They would not be taking any real damage.
But they'd be hitting
But-
all the damn time, and I'd be missing out on chances to improve my evasion.
Also, you'd be spending a lot of money you don't need to spend.
Yes. The time it would take to earn all that bronze gear is, bad.
Not worth it, yeah. Just move on. You'll get enough money. We've got money. We've acquired money and went. We have pockets full of potions.
I could drink any of my potions.
I mean, this is just like the Marsh Cave in the first game, where you can get through it if you know what you're doing, and you don't spend forever grinding up. You don't have to get everyone in the best gear ever, learn all the 3rd and 4th level spells, and get silver swords, etc., etc. You could just go.
However, unlike the Marsh Cave from Final Fantasy 1, you get Minwu.
Yeah, the game. Well,
Yes.
the game
Minwu is the olive branch that the game extends to you while you figure out what you are going to do with all these weird systems. Here is Coach, who will keep everyone safe and healthy.
Yeah. And that's the thing that I think made me like much more tolerant of FF2 even back in the day than I otherwise would have been. Yes, the game clowns on you, as we've seen with the dungeon design. Yeah, the systems get really weird sometimes, but the game also gives you a really powerful safety net for the early game to let you figure out something about them in safety. Oh,
Hello, Slime.
Uh-oh.
That's long.
bust out that fire.
Are these FF4 slimes, or are these slimes like I can punch them slimes?
We'll find out in a moment.
I strongly suspect they're FF4 slime.
These are traditional slime.
They are dead.
These are flan. These are flan that now look the way that flan are going to look going forward. Flan now has its
Correct.
character design instead of just being a vague glob.
Yes, now it's an extremely charismatic glob.
Doors!
Welcome!
But what if these doors lead to treasure?
Doors could be treasure.
I was going for creme brulee myself, discard, but yeah, I think you've got the right idea. What's in this box? Well,
Launch money.
it's
What's here? It's nothing.
nothing.
Nothing is here.
Turns out those doors mightn't have been real. It's a 50-cent piece, which are pretty rare as I remember them. I can't remember the last time I saw a 50-cent piece. I think they exist in Canada, but
Let me hold on a sec. I can pull one out right now.
a Canadian 50-cent piece?
No, a U.S. 50-cent.
Oh, okay. No, I think those are considerably more common. Not super, but
They are not used.
no, they're not. But like, they're extant.
And yeah, there's
still exist with
remarkable
those.
contrast between these character sprites and the mostly similar ones from FF1.
Mhm.
Just sliding a couple of pixels around, adding some highlights, still working within the same palette limitations, but being more clever about them.
Yep.
We will see some sprites in the third game that are very similar to Ryama. I believe Sarah looks
Sarah,
very
Princess
similar
Sarah.
to her.
And I mean, fair. They've got. I also remember $2 bills as a kid, weird bias. I think I still have some kicking around, but I'm pretty sure they're not legal tender anymore. Discard.
Whoa!
I think
Firm belief
it.
in Yug.
Oh look, Yug intensifies.
Yug
it-
will escape.
It will take, if I am not misremembering this. Oh no, wait, no. There is Ferris. I take it back. I was gonna say it was going to take until FF9 for a female character to be wearing pants, but Ferris exists, so we're okay.
Twin Squatch.
There's a female character wearing pants in 4. Forum.
Oh yeah. She's got those weird onion pants, doesn't she? Aubergine, I should say.
Coveralls.
I guess I more see her as wearing like a tunic and very baggy trousers.
I had actually forgotten that there is Squatch in this dungeon.
Same. I don't think I ever encountered them.
Nope. Why would it ever be middle door? Now
Oh,
face
shoot.
birds.
Welcome to Cryptid.
Oh, you're also. That's another thing of this room
Squatch
that
ambush.
Newbie talked about. If you get attacked in these rooms, there's a very high chance you are ambushed.
Yes. Unfortunately, the Squatch at the back are actually out of reach until I defeat these
Yep,
birds.
they're in the back row, you see. Enemies
So-
also obey row restrictions.
So we kill the Squatch in the middle, and then we pick off the birds.
Actually, I
now,
wonder
assuming
Meanwhile-
how
we reach this
exactly
spot.
that will resolve.
Yeah, science time. We might not be able to reach them. We might.
Does
Let's find
will
out.
the blank row still count?
Let's find out.
Also, this is the... Well, no, the bees have been the deepest formation we've seen. Yeah, it gets like 4 layers deep.
Yeah,
At
you can have
most.
8 enemies on the screen. I do like that Minwoo's been showing his mace to nothing this entire time and has somehow become better at using the mace because of it.
Yeah, he's practicing in the back.
It's
He's
like
doing the
shadow
moves.
boxing.
If I was 50 feet forward, I'd be hitting you so hard with this thing.
He's the coach. He's demonstrating proper form.
Yeah, and we just
Every
saw there,
morning.
they said nothing happened, so the rows do exist, even though there's nothing in them.
And if I had a bow with me, I could be picking off the Squatch from a distance. Since I don't,
Or
I have to
more
carve my
likely-
way over there.
You could cast some spells, but you might want to save those last couple charges
one
of
minute.
fire.
I might have an objective for those charges of fire.
What?
Those charges have a mission.
Bird is very swift.
It's
It
like
is a
fighting the
sprinter,
horses.
after all.
It's really like fighting the stupid horses at the beginning of FF1. Those things were very dodgy. One good thing that also showed off right there, even though Loon killed the creature that was on the front line, the line didn't suddenly move forward and allow the Sasquatches to do something there.
The Squatch had no valid targets at the start of their turn, so they did nothing.
Yeah. Target status is locked in when the turn commands are entered.
Which is a neat thing to see.
Hmm? One day it won't be funny, but that day isn't today.
Wonder what the deadliest shields in the game are. Once we get to those end game shields.
He gained strength.
Sure did!
From shield swinging. Yeah, shields are heavy.
Yeah, they're shields.
It's big.
15
He's got a
strength.
big plank of wood tied to each of his arms, and he's just waving them around.
He's
Yug
actually
is
made
in
up the
training.
strength he lost at the beginning, so he's back to where he started.
Yeah. Gotta keep
One
fit.
day, Yug will become Double Jeff. I can only assume that means he's going to die, come back to life, and then die again. What about this one?
Left
Yes.
is correct. Welcome to Skeleton Chamber.
Oh, hi, Paul. Here, have a potion.
Wild Rose? Mithril.
I hear the
Airship?
wild roses are
Why
nice
do
this
you
time.
have the dialogue box? Slave in the corner. Help. Help.
Show him the ring.
See, this is actually Joseph's daughter. The other woman just happened to really like Joseph.
Show
Take a
anyone
potion.
the ring? Canoe. Ask about Mithril. No. Okay, sometimes important. They're gone.
Whoa.
Good work. Paul is very skilled. Paul knows
does
what he's doing.
Really good work.
Smoke bomb.
He's already class changed into ninja. We need to remind you. Going
He is a
down.
very seasoned warrior.
Good work, Paul. I guess sometimes they do actually give you the full prompt for things where there's no decisions to make.
Hmm? And now, slime.
Torch a few slime.
Or we could just punch him. How much does swap cost on Minmo?
3 or 4?
Alright. Not a good plan then. The
Or you
plan
can
that I
have
was about
Minwu
to
switch
suggest.
stats with Ryama.
Yes.
What the crap?
Did Yug just gain another agility?
Swap at 3 and believe in Yug.
Is he just
The
gonna have
fuck
to
is
pick up
happening?
a weapon at some point?
This is
that
the
what's gonna happen?
stance. Huh, free fire tome.
Ooh.
Oh,
Helpful.
hey, straight on to Ronfer.
Could go straight on to
maybe-
Ronfer, or keep it available
Yug.
as something to snap.
No, Yo can't learn attack magic.
Yug would never start a fire.
Right, on to Ronfer it is.
I'm
This
only
is-
seeing the existence of the swap spell just now. It's a better transfuse. You trade health and MP with your target.
In case we wanted
It's
to top up.
Transfuse kind of combined with vampire.
It's transfused that you can use on an enemy.
Yes.
It's transfuse that you can use on every enemy sequentially, which is still the best fucking thing.
Roll the dice.
weird bias. The Final Fantasy series has extremely oscillated wildly on how much they let you mold your own characters. In general, though, there's sort of 3 settings, which is characters are their own thing. There's setting 2, which is job system, so pure mix and match. And there's setting 3, which is the FF, 6, 7 mold, where everybody can learn everything if you have enough patience for it.
FF6, where everyone casts Ultima.
Correct.
Ronfair does not want to think. Minwoo is strong, though.
Did Minwoo get his strength up?
Minwoo lifts. Hefting that mace around to the back.
Sure. Okay.
We appear to have lost
Door,
movement.
though.
Oh. Well, it's
What
done.
if Door is lava?
The door was a fight.
Door is a liar. Never trust Door.
Well-known perjurer. Door.
Door will only betray you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back.
Sorry, I had to test something real quick.
That's what I figured.
I pulled open a map of this place, which I'm not going to tell Loon about because that's just you have to experience the doors. I'm just seeing all the dungeon and then just all these doors. Just nope, nope, nope. Oh, this one works though. Oh man, I must have blotted this out of my memory because I knew this dungeon's layouts were bad, but I forgot about all the doors.
Mm-hmm.
How could you forget Door Hell? It's like the thing that I remember the most.
I don't know, but I will say I also forgot about Door Hell. It took you specifically mentioning it for me to remember Door.
I more remember like bosses being annoying in the early game as you were a tiny baby.
Yeah, that one I extremely remember. My Yug was the only one who could hurt the first boss. Because my Ryama was extremely out of MP by that point, and we had already used Minwoo's Ether.
Oh, that's right. He has an ether on him, doesn't he?
He does,
Yes.
yes.
You're even more safe with Minwoo there.
Thanks, coach.
Squatch first. Squatch is less evasive.
Squatch is also squishier, I think.
Seems like it. Yeah, a good double hit on the Squatch takes it out.
Up.
Sasquatch has 20 health. Sprinters have 30. There you go.
I see. Good! Great!
Strong.
Oh, and Minwoo hit the casual 50 spirit.
Is that casual?
As Minwoo does.
Is that good?
Almost to Swords 3.
That is actually very important.
Yes.
Swords 3 or 50 spirit?
Yes, mostly
I see.
the swords 3.
It's fine.
Oh my. Well, we know how much HP
Well-
balloons have now.
Yeah.
How much HP do balloons have?
20.
Noted.
It's fine.
We have a light spell.
Destroyed!
And look at all that off-tanking Yoga's doing by being dead. Just be dead. It's flawless.
A cunning plan.
You
that
know,
cannot fail.
I'm thinking back to what Newbie said about Asuna being able to recover you from being dead. Is that where Earthbound got the idea for it?
Heck if I know.
Maybe.
Earthbound is militantly its own creature.
No, like, I get where Crumb is coming from. That could be it. Like, the whole idea of a different spell for revive is weird when you consider the fact that dead is just a status. So if you
Yeah.
just have, why isn't just best status heal dead?
Yep. And I mean, in that light, it does very much make sense. I agree. It's just that I've never seen a game do it other than Earthbound and this, I guess.
I have not played the first Mother game, so I don't know if they also... Oh,
No,
nice.
I don't think so. I mean, I didn't play the first Mother game very far because it hates you, and also because it was extremely hard to get a copy for a while. On account of ROM only, and even then, good luck finding it.
Basic potions, reasonably beefy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about, what, 50, 55 health?
Yeah.
Good, solid backup. Potion. What if our hero just set it on fire, though?
Nah. Save the magic.
Alright, Swords 3. Show me what you got. The third level of swords.
The sword.
Hands become his
Yeah,
chainsaws.
that'll do. That'll fucking do.
That's a substantial amount of damage.
The fact that making more attacks and having your attacks be more accurate go hand in hand. It's okay.
More level of sword is more better. But more betterer than you think it is. Not linearly more better. Multiplicatively more better.
So he went from being, you know, almost as good as Ryama to actually just straight up an amazing combat unit.
Yep.
Hit the threshold. Jesus Christ!
And
Well,
the only
that was
reason
just
he's pulled
a
ahead is
threat.
because Ryama has been lighting things on fire occasionally. Ranveer.
That helps.
And of
too.
course, because he's just getting all the agility.
Ranveer
That works too.
accelerates.
Pulling ahead. That's
He's still
the
faster than he is, though.
Oh, sure, but that's the consequence of being
He's
the
catching
red
up.
mage. Your stat
Cool.
gains get spread. What if somebody set it on fire?
She's going to be very close to level 2 fire by the end of this dungeon. Yeah, okay. That's the good confirmation right there.
Yes. Slime is unbreakable.
That's a good
Impervious to physical
confirmation.
harm.
What?
Something about, like, it's that confirmation right
That's
there.
confirmation.
I know
Almost no
one
help.
thing, and it's confirmation, and that's it.
It's not the nebulous kind where if Yug had punched it and it said 0 damage. It's alright. Our person who's theoretically the heaviest hitter in the team physically did no damage. Hello.
Teleport up.
Just what we needed. Another level of teleport.
Port 2.
Port harder.
90%
As far as I
fire
can-
1. She's almost
As far as I can tell, looking over the spells, levels and teleport do nothing. Except make it cost more.
It might make it so you take less damage when you teleport out.
I could see that.
Well, I'm under the impression that it improves combat accuracy
Probably.
to have better teleport.
Might be able to get Ryama her sword and board level up here pretty soon as well.
Probably.
I just noticed that these enemies are named Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Squatch.
Squatch.
Swoosh that squash.
You know, I actually had squash tacos a couple days ago. They're not bad.
can't remember ever eating squash now that you mention it. All right, carry the fuck on, I guess.
You
Don't
need to keep
crack that
fighting
100
these birds.
HP, but
Keep fighting these birds.
Doug's doing it.
We're almost at 4 shield.
god damn it! Why?
Then
Just
he's going to
the
take the
magic.
shield off and just punch people to death.
Mm-hmm.
His
I'm looking
limiters.
forward to it.
4 shields. Maybe more.
Door.
Ah, yes,
though.
the well-known game, Four Shields Adventures.
Surely this door.
This door won't betray us.
Doors of never betray us. Ooh,
Door's
Doors
friend
have
of
always
all.
betrayed us.
The perfidy of doors is a well-known myth.
One thing I have been noticing with these goblin guards is when they use their bow, it actually deals a considerable amount of damage.
Yes.
Their regular basic attacks or whatever, but if they actually use that bow they're holding, you gotta pay attention. Because, well, this group is not wearing any armor. At all.
Except Minwoo. I never took his vest off.
That's true. He's wearing bronze, I think.
Okay, multi-target cure one is useless.
An option.
Minwoo gets to multi-target cures. Children do not get to multi-target cure. Rip Yug strength.
Whatever.
Get that potion.
Yeah, gained a stat in something that he wants to be gaining points in? Great.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yug's our healer now.
Door, though.
Well, prepare for door. That sound effect makes everything sound so much more pretentious.
Why
No,
would you
it
believe
was a
door?
trap.
Door is fake.
You fool!
Hmm.
You can totally take these guys.
Yes.
This will also probably get Ryama up to her third sword and board level.
Just have Minwoo cast that preparatory cure. Or that prepper.
Life costs less than cure right now.
Wow. Wow. Well then, carry on.
I was really hoping Yug would kill with a punch.
Be gone.
Goodbye!
That's actually very useful. Get rid of that bow user.
Be gone.
That's a whatever.
Be gone. That's the
I'd
one
like
problem
to
with
say-
the internet.
Yeah, it's definitely getting more powerful.
Well, I mean, that was one option there to see it. We'd have to see more to make sure.
Yeah, that's true. Variants and all.
I mean, I'd love to assume it's going to get better, but you never know.
I'm pretty sure the level does affect combat capability, because one of the
Yeah.
things that you do in the process of trying to punch up for shenanigans is you buy tomes of teleport and throw them at captains.
Yeah.
Oh, do you get a 16 cast or something if you use a tome as a combat
Yes.
item? Amazing.
Sword board.
Oh,
Oh, he got his
she got
strength
her
back.
sword and
Oh,
board
spirit,
once.
great.
He uses that, right?
Minwoo's having a think.
Soon.
Shield 4.
Everyone's looking pretty good here.
That 23 MP cap isn't looking too good. This had better be something good.
Teleport
Yes.
tomes. Also, Monster in a Box
Monster in a
has been
Box.
invented. Hello, Land Turtle.
Uh-oh.
Get ready!
Hello, Land Turtle. Land me turtle.
Turtle, land.
Land Turtle walks up and says, "You bought a Blizzard tome, right?"
Land turtle walks into a bar, walks up to the bartender. No, you know what? I'm not doing that joke here.
You bought
Understood.
you bought a Blizzard tome, right?
We bought fire tomes. Those are like the same thing.
That's true. Ron Fear does have
More fire to throw in, yes.
and also an ether is on Minwu.
I could probably
Also,
teleport
Minwu
this
can
turtle out of
swap-
existence.
Well, yes.
Or health swap it out of existence. Yeah. It would take some extra steps.
Yeah.
Turtle, leave. If crits still pierce armor, that would be the other fallback.
Could you check how much health this thing has, please?
I have checked it. I don't want to say it if Loon doesn't want to know.
Fair enough.
If it's more than 100, only then do we have a problem.
We can still win if that's the case.
Well, yes, still, but it would cost more resources.
Well, it would cost an ether, or it would cost swapping Minwu's MP onto a party member.
True.
Remember that we have other completely stupid options for this. There's always a dumber way.
Turtle of the land. Just doing land turtle things.
She's fine.
This is what we call turtle power.
Worst case scenario, coach has to step forward and
What if
negotiate.
we sapped the turtle?
Sap is.
It's not
MP.
using spells.
Oh, right. That's not what I wanted to do, is it?
Does fear work?
Newbie, does fear work?
Fear real?
yeah.
Oh, no, wait. That's the one that makes them run away.
Yeah, which we not necessarily want them to do.
Why not? There's no such thing as experience.
True. I keep forgetting.
Turtle, leave.
Even
It's a
turtle is
status.
afraid.
Turtle is afraid.
Fear does stack, by the way.
Oh my god.
Well, we live here now. It's afraid.
This is officially the dumbest fight.
No, it isn't.
3 hits, 0 damage.
If crits pierce armor,
Are we crit fishing now?
please find the weak point in the turtle.
We have alternatives.
Yes,
Beyond.
we do.
Deleted!
The turtle has 140 HP.
Shield up. Also,
Many
hey, and
stats
power up on
away.
run.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Teleport is knowable.
Mm-hmm.
We have a scroll of teleport.
I guess that goes on to.
Yug!
Yug.
Yeah.
Yug.
Yo, who's
His-
almost cure too.
His
Yes.
last MP is now reserved for teleport.
Almost got fire too.
That answers my question of how much magic you get per use of fire. Not much.
Nope.
Oy.
Consider, everyone, how long we have now spent inside Semite Falls.
Too long.
When mid-dungeon save points still have yet to be invented. Teleport's job is to be the save point. You can tag out of the dungeon at any time.
You can opt out of the dungeon at any point.
This is definitely a point where the game is showing you, hey, you probably want to get a little bit more MP than what you currently have. Having 5 or even 10 is a little low.
I'm willing to make this dungeon take 2 trips. Enough has happened. Enough
You bet you
tangible
don't wanna lose
gains
it.
that we should just warp out, recover, and dive in again. I could come back with longed swords.
The second trip should be much easier than the first.
Oh, absolutely. I think I haven't really looked at the deeper parts of this thing, but I'm fairly close. You're close to the end of it, but there's the problem of what's at the end. And with everyone but Coach tapped or almost tapped on magic, that's a problem.
Children need rest.
This was extremely the state I hit the end of this dungeon in.
What's the worst that could happen at the end of the dungeon?
4 Black Knights. They followed us.
That legitimately is the worst that could happen.
It's true. They just run up and shout, "Give me your money," at me.
Ho ho ho! Yug!
That teleport.
That teleport took it out of Yug.
Yug is so fast now, though.
He doubled his health going through that dungeon.
Look at him go.
He's
Did
just
you go
Yugging
down the
right along.
falls?
No.
Okay, it was worth a shot.
Thank goodness.
Bees.
So many bees.
Alright, let's try escaping.
Leaving.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Slowly
I like how you
back
just
away
back
from
away
the bees.
slowly. A good animation.
Moonwalk
That
to
is
safety.
a very nice touch.
Alright, yeah, also 49% evade versus 33. And 33, because I just wiggled back to Ron, and 36. Evade chance kind of translates directly into agility growth. Directly, indirectly.
You know, indirectly, directly.
We have
Wibbly
conducted
wobbly.
the science.
The hornets in the back just stare at us baleful.
Bees.
Except for the ones in the front who run away instead. Alright, carry on.
Maybe I fight the bees.
You have a teleport spell.
Time to conduct more science. Oh, destroyed.
swatting hornets out of the sky with 2 shields.
I think that's less swatting and more squishing.
Goodbye.
Geez, FF2, why does this game let you have instant death spells at 30 minutes in the game?
Because, as we've observed, FF2 doesn't give a fuck what you expect or don't expect. It's gonna do its own thing.
Have this super cool healer guy who knows every defensive spell in the game.
He's here to babysit you through figuring out what the fuck's going on. That's a perfectly good reason.
Man, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna turn into 2 long swords. God, these enemies are such babies now. Oh, well, goodbye.
They know.
Morale will not hold.
Nine-hole gill. Where's the town?
This map takes less time to load than the other Behusive. It gets out faster.
Mm-hmm. Roll to do a spot check on the doors, indeed.
Your DM is an actual architect and has meticulously charted out every piece of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Every nook. Every closet. Oh boy, Minwoo is fast.
Oh boy.
The old speedy Minwoo.
The game is taunting you every time it happens.
You guys think you're fast? That's adorable. I'm wearing bronze armor and I'm faster than you are.
You just see Minwoo moving so fast he's leaving after images.
Ultra
I've been
instinct
swinging my
Minwoo.
I've been swinging my staff for the past 3 hours. Now I am ready to go.
He's warmed up. Why does the world map music sound like a dungeon? The world map is kind of a dungeon.
If you don't know where you're going or don't pay attention to directions, which is almost as bad, it is a dungeon. Well, that will kill you.
Because tonal shift. The world map is not a place of grandiose adventure.
The
It's
world
just
map
pain.
is... Yeah, the
Oh, God,
wrap,
can we
much like
please
the
leave
rest
this
of
place?
World,
No.
is pain.
Also, I don't think you need to go to the end of the dungeon to actually complete it. We brought all the prisoners home.
Yeah, we did the
I-
thing Joseph asked us to. Can we just go
I
talk
think
to
there's actually
Joseph?
something at the bottom.
I'm
Maybe.
sure there is.
Probably. Sleep
Mithril.
now.
Is it Mithril?
It might be.
There might be mithril here. What if Joseph just has the mithril, though?
Yep.
Alright. I require your longest swords.
Fairbrand, we desperately need more art of Minwoo being a ninja. The turbaned ninja wizard.
Ooh, +5 attack. Hello.
Yeah, I suppose let's get a... Use it heavier, particularly. 66 accuracy, 33 evade. Versus 74, 36.
Did she actually equip it?
Not yet. That's why I'm looking at them
gotcha,
side by
gotcha.
side to see.
So we lose a little accuracy.
But
Gain a lot of damage, though.
get that damage. Get more things that won't be immune to the sword.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also guess that if we ever get mithril weaponry, it's probably going to be lighter weight than the longsword.
Yes.
Didn't we come in with like 2,400 gil?
Yes.
Swords are
Wow.
expensive. Bronze shields over our.
What is that bottom one?
I
Those
think
are
that's
gloves.
supposed. Yeah, it's a glove.
Is it?
It's just a weird glove.
Glob.
How can you tell?
Glob.
Oh,
Glob.
I can see the thumb on the top part there.
Yeah. It's the fingers are folded up in the palm
Oh
of the
yeah,
glove.
okay, now I see it.
It's
a
It's
close
just
fist.
the pixel coloring is really weird.
Yes.
Do you see an eye? Because I see an eye.
See, sometimes gloves look like helmets and spears look like axes.
These things happen. Oh,
Don't
yeah,
make
it's not
fun of
much
me
of
for
a
that, okay?
cost for bronze shield. Let's get a comparison here.
I would never make fun of you for that because a lot of people made that same mistake.
33.
I mean, judging from this, the weapon category seemed to be hand, shield, knife, spoon.
37. It is an improvement. Bronze up,
All right.
everyone.
And it isn't any kind of noticeable weight problem as well.
2 bronze for our friend Yug.
3 bronze. Everyone gets shields, except Minwoo.
Men who don't need no shield.
Faith is your shield, Minwoo.
He could take
He
a
says
buckler if
as
you wanted
he
to give it to him.
phases into the 5th dimension.
You do have 4 bucklers, so one of them could go to him. If he doesn't already have one?
Well, if Minwoo were to walk away with
Take
one
the
of my
shield.
hard-earned bucklers, Minwoo can have a shield.
You can give him the buckler and take his conch shell and ether.
Also,
You
true.
should take his conch.
I'm confiscating the shell
Have this potion.
and the ether. In exchange, you get a buckler. A used
Pleasure
buckler.
doing business with you.
Okay, it's not unreasonably expensive. Just wanted to check in case that was some sort of prize loot.
Exactly. If it's something that costs like 3,000 or 4,000 gil, then it's like, all right, I could save
Like the
this to
ether.
use it.
Selling the ether for an early influx of cash could be viable.
Yep.
It's true, but they seem useful.
It's a matter of what's more useful, though.
It's like what do you call it? Umra does in some Etrian Odyssey games, where it's it's gonna be fucking forever until you can buy them. In some Final Fantasy games, it's going to be never until you can buy them.
Okay, Joe, I saved your people. Where's the mithril?
Well, not there. Joe, what can you tell us about Mithril?
Yes, we have to
we
go into the mines ourselves to actually get the rocks.
Yeah, we were close when we were on the 4th floor, but we weren't quite there yet.
Valadon. The solution is, I just use Hamo and Soma Primes.
Ooh,
All right.
she's gonna be level 2 fire.
Yeah, we
as
are on the
well.
verge of Cure 2 and Fire 2, so I'm just going to make those happen out here and probably get Yug some more mana in the process.
Seems fair.
Yoga up.
Oh,
Yo,
you could just
set
run into
these
Sasquatch.
Sasquatches on fire.
Squatch live here.
Squatch.
Squish. Squish that squash.
It's always within your power to do this.
I mean, you don't need to, as we've demonstrated, but you can.
Hello.
Unmade.
Not effective.
Yeah, it was used on
Because
the now
targeted a
dead
corpse,
Squatch.
Yes.
I guess you could try casting a spell.
Is there
It's an
no
heavy.
defend command?
Nope. Not that
What's a
I
defend?
know of. No. No, there's no block.
There was
Eventually.
no block in the first game either. It might be 3, definitely 4.
And I can't attempt to invoke a spell off of an item that has no spell. You can't
I
just
also
look at your
noticed
knife anymore.
You also can't look at your helmet or armor anymore. It's just your sword or shield.
Yep.
Excuse me, your left hand or your right hand.
Yes.
Correct. Could you be your sword or your other sword?
I'm pretty sure at this point I had somebody. It probably was Yug double wielding axes at this point.
Yep. That's the true Yug experience.
That's smart.
I'm again did not understand the mechanics of the game.
You absolutely did. You want him double wielding axes.
Well,
He started with an axe, he must like axes. Give him more axe.
the problems
Fire
are
up.
axe.
Empower up on Yug.
Yes.
But that's not MP.
It's MP in the future.
True. In the future time, it will be worth it.
Fire dos.
It can't be that much of a boost to damage getting up to fire 2.
You throw out the spell twice.
I know.
What if fire, but dual cast?
What could Fire 2 possibly accomplish?
Science.
Why does teleport look like it's in a fucking different typeface than cure?
Because it's a variable space font or a
I
variable width
know,
font, but
I
like,
know, but like, it looks weird.
it does look weird. Because everything else is so aggressively monospaced. That's why.
One more.
Why is teleport in a variable width font?
These are the mysteries.
Like everything else is aggressively monospaced. Why is? Why did you point that out?
I believe
Teleport.
you just...
Teleport.
Yeah.
Teleport.
Now I'll never unsee this.
My work here is done.
All right, what makes this especially bad is it's because the two E's are different sizes. There's a short E and a long E. That long E.
I mean, Cure has
It's,
a long
it's
E.
also like it's like
Cure
the second
also has
E-
the long E, but it's the only E in Cure. That makes sense.
Or at some point you need to just open up Minwoo's spell list so you can just break all this down. Tear us apart from the fucking foundation.
I hate this.
Do you?
A little, yeah.
We are getting close to 3.5 hours into on Final Fantasy II, and it is still biting back really hard.
Yeah, Final Fantasy II is a heck of a ride, man. Like, it's rude, but there's a reason I still feel.
Okay, here we go.
All right, we're going in.
Oh,
Oh no!
You know, the combined BA letter that has fallen out of use.
oh yeah, Barrier's the real one.
Barrier.
Banner! Banner!
Barrier. Banye. Protect.
Long C.
Long C and protect.
Why? Wait, they have 6 and 7 letter words. Why can't they just spell dispel?
Selink. Despel. Well,
Why is
because
it
how they're able to hack a variable width font into this fixed width environment is by having characters that are 2 letters crushed together. Like the IL there and the double L, those fit in the space of a single other character, or here.
that D in the dispel is just so huge, though. That's the problem.
And that's why
taking
barrier
up so
here
much
is so
space.
perfect, because it's all that.
Yes, it's BARRIE and then a
And then a single
Okay,
tiny R.
I'm gonna break this down real quick. Okay, here we go. The E in Cure the E in barrier, the E in protect,
Oh
the
no!
E in dispel.
Newbie! Why did you write this out?
That's a different large E than the long E in cure. This
And
one's shorter.
the small E in barrier and the small E in protect are slightly different.
Why would you
Every
do
letter
this?
was handcrafted. This artisanal font.
What the
E's for
hell?
every occasion.
Oh my god. Localization. No two E's are the same. Lightly, this isn't the good translation. This is the awesome translation.
This should get us our cure too. I think I've arranged for enough practice.
Oh, absolutely. He was very close before, so. If she gains
My
some of her
mind
health
is-
off of that.
My mind is actively trying to block this knowledge out. I can feel myself trying to forget learning about this.
You've looked upon the E's.
There's some things man was not meant to know.
Hey, the end in Ronfer and the end in Venom are different.
Oh no!
Holy crap.
And just cap it off with the agile Minwoo.
Why would you do this?
That was a beautiful set of
Alright,
setups.
we don't see the item looting menu very often. Do appreciate how it wobbles back and forth between having the
Yeah,
border
thanks a
down and
bunch.
up.
I was really hoping
It's
we
smart.
wouldn't notice that. Oh.
Can I get
Some
a menu wobble?
The game's beginning to break down.
Well, Ron has plenty of mana to work with.
Yep.
Yug is
That
there.
way-
Yug has enough that he can cast 8 cure spells, and that's reasonable.
Yeah, that does it.
Also, 20 stamina.
20 sta-
He has
What
2
do you-
magic
oh,
resistance
no.
now.
Oh god! What did you
And 20
notice this
stamina.
time?
Hey, Intellect, why do you get to have two different L's?
One L is thicker than the other.
You
Intelligent.
you can't stop me, I've become too powerful.
I hate it. Fuck.
59% evasion, also good to see. Look at that.
That is beautiful.
Yug is so powerful. Though it's gonna be a while before anyone has a second dodge.
Yeah, the way evasion goes up is you have to be blocking against attacks from multiple swings from one enemy. Hello, magic resist though.
Yug has 2 stacks magic resist though.
How did that happen?
Yug is very smart.
Hold on, I need to look at the how does that what?
How does magic resist work? Well, bees.
Oh, it counts any spell being cast on them,
So you
attack
can
or
gain
otherwise.
magic resist by healing.
Yes.
Nice.
Does that make the healing less effective, though?
I will continue to read.
What did I come back to?
Science.
What have we learned?
Doesn't look like it.
Back away from the goblins.
That
Oh,
animation
here we go.
is still funny.
It's the formula is rank plus times magically targeted, and then minus level plus 5. Meaning a single magic attack targeting a character with level 1 magic defense in a rank 1 fight will grant a whopping 6 progress points. Further attacks grant 1 points each as normal. Note, however, that the game mishandles target all spells. Instead of counting them as magical attacks for all 40 party members, they are counted as Furion using a white magic spell. This is why Furion will occasionally gain points of spirit despite not using any white magic.
NES coding!
Ron Fear, a brigand. Theft of
Because
ideas.
spells and abilities are not affected by row, there's no way short of killing off characters to influence who progresses and magic defense. Like evasion, there's no exploit for this skill, and the game does not display your progress anywhere. But you have the ability to progress, it's just much easier to do so compared to evasion. Ron Fierce is going to randomly gain spirit. That's amazing.
Good.
Yeah, he needs it. It still is confusing to me that Ron Fear has been the person who targeted the least out of all your party members, even though he is in the first spot.
Yeah, I don't think position on the loadout does anything for targeting anymore.
I don't think it does. Rows matter, but not for position, which is
row matters instead.
which is neat.
Y'all in the chat who are talking about code nonsense that was being done to fit this game onto a single cart, I want you to go and read FF7 in oral history to read about the magic that they had to do to make FF7 work even a little on a PlayStation.
I'm pretty
they
sure it
had
works
to-
better on a PlayStation than it did on PC, so...
Oh, I'm sure it did. My point is that they had to start using undocumented features in the PlayStation in order to make it work.
They are not the only
And-
team who had to hack the PlayStation a bit to make it do what they wanted.
Correct, but at some point, after people did this for long enough, Sony just threw up their hands and started documenting those instructions. It was a wild time in game development, is what I'm saying. If I remember correctly, this was also kind of a weird time in, like, game music composition. Just because what you could do with a soundtrack was so heavily dictated by the particulars of the hardware. So that, for example, if I'm remembering correctly, the NES has 3 sound channels, by which I mean it can have exactly 3 sounds playing at one time. One of them is that weird staticky sound that it uses as a percussion line. One is, I think, 5?
It's 2 sine waves, a triangle wave, and the noise channel.
The noise channel, right. But this means that you can only have 2 sounds of a particular melody line type happening at once, and your sound effects take up the same sound channels that you're going to be using for everything else.
Right.
Yes, there are
2
digital
pulse,
samples.
triangle, the noise, and then the sampler.
Yeah, which occurred, as far as I can remember, only in Mario 3 and probably some other stuff, but I can't remember it.
There we go. Longsword means we can do real damage to soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, considering you would have one-shot him with just those 3 swings, that's real damage.
So
No
there's
money.
There's really interesting things that result from this in that stuff like that are like just straight up interesting in the way that they actually end up molding certain aspects of the game. For instance, the intro that you hear for Mega Man 2 bosses is different for almost the entire game until you hit Alien Wily, because Alien Wily has a whole big startup while the music is playing and not the health bar filling, which cuts out part of the song. So for the final boss of the game, you get a different intro to the boss music, just due to the way that sound channels work on the NES.
Agreed. But additionally, it does make me marvel at a couple of pieces of NES composition in particular. And I know everybody and their mother cites this fucking piece, but like Wily Castle 1 and 2 from Mega Man 2 has always struck me as like being composed in a sort of round, in that it's made of like 3 or 4 segments that are slightly offset from each other and playing over the beginning and end of one another, which gets considerably more impressive when you realize how much work it is to make any 2 musical parts play at the same time on an NES. Mostly what they have to do is interleave the notes so that they're playing like a quarter or eighth note or whatever off tempo from each other, so that they can be interleaved and sound like the pieces are playing at the same time. Basically, how the fuck did anybody do anything in this era?
There's another game I'm going to reference real quick. I'm going to link this piece of track in the chat because I feel as though this is a way lesser known game, which is Dragon Spirit for the NES. Which I was going to point this out because it's the funniest goddamn thing. This game has a song in Smash Bros. Ultimate. They just randomly put a song from this in Ultimate. But anyway, this boss theme is really, really complex for the NES. And also the creators of the game wanted you to hear the theme in its fullness. So they actually cut out all sound effects during boss fights.
Loon, I don't remember you fighting 5 Sasquatch the last time through this place.
That's right.
5 Squatch.
Did it just get more dangerous here somehow?
Sometimes you just find more Squatch. Could be any number of Squatch at any time.
Incidentally,
Yug is gonna beat that Sasquatch to death.
That is Yug Squatch for Yug only.
Did Now Wonk try to post a link or something?
Oh, yes. They have found the character set.
Ah, I see. Thank you. Thanks, I hate it, but thank you. That said, that kind of reminds me in a sort of extremely backwards way of the other really charming, albeit really weird thing about this technological era in video gaming, which was, do any of you... I made the mistake of looking at chat. Do any of you know where, like, the whole use of cartridges in computing and video games came from in the first place? Do you know what they were what that port was intended for?
No.
It was an expansion port.
Oh, neat.
So, like, once upon a time, in things like, you know, Atari microcomputers or whatever, that port could be used to slot a ROM cartridge into and, you know, contain software, but you could also plug additional memory into the computer via the cartridge port. But, as it turns out, that design paradigm got conserved for the cartridge era of gaming, which is why for like a really long time, if you were around for the early era of SNES emulation, there were some games that just made emulators choke and die, not necessarily because they were magic or anything, but because they required functionality that the SNES did not natively have. Instead, that hardware was outsourced onto something that was physically inside the cartridge.
Yes. Super Mario RPG has contained essentially 2 more SNESes inside of itself.
Mm-hmm. Which I think
Do
is
the
incredibly
work.
cool. It's also incredibly impossible in the current era for, fairly obvious reasons.
And also, mapping chips. Yeah, were a smaller
I
scale
don't
application
know.
of that during this time.
I don't know if he saved it anywhere, but Smite's playthrough of Chrono Trigger on the oldest version of ZSNES that he could find
Oh,
were amazing.
Oh no!
DOS Adventure was
Oh,
high
no.
quality.
Yeah, it was DOS ZSNES
Why?
because it was funny.
it would be very funny.
Oh gosh.
I do like that about half these fights have ended up with Minwoo just walking over and like golf swinging into someone's like dead corpse because they're already dead. It's like, all right, hold on a sec. Thunk.
Just give it a poke to confirm.
So somebody who knows the technicals about that, because I'm always interested in these. Does someone want to explain the mapper chips functionality to me? Because this sounds fascinating.
Minwoo intellect down. Minwoo has stopped thinking.
Minwoo's busy flexing.
Football. So mappers are for... They're particularly relevant with 8-bit computers because your register size in a processor puts limits on how much space you can index reasonably.
Right.
There's an upper limit on how much RAM this machine could possibly work with, just because it can't count large enough to point at an address.
Right.
The way to bypass
and
that
RAM
is you
beyond
have a middleman piece of hardware whose job is to redirect from an address space that's on its input to additional address spaces that are behind it.
Oh, so it just
So you can have
blocks
arbitrary
the additional
amounts of
memory
RAM. Yeah,
into
it has
chunks and just...
It has a bunch of RAM, or more often it's storage that is behind this, because you just want to read a whole bunch of data out of an archive.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have this chip whose job is to look at different banks in storage and allow them all to be accessed by the same address space. It just
Okay, that
has
makes sense.
somewhere that the processor can tag to move it forward or backward pages. This is actually central to how the TAS of Mega Man 1 works, where they create enough lag to make the bank switching go out of where it's supposed to be, and spawn things that are not supposed to be spawned item drops. They make the
You should
game
watch
spawn
the
an item
test for
drop,
Mega Man
which
1.
is call the end of level function.
You should watch the task for Mega
should
Man.
watch the Mega
I
Man
should
1
watch
TAS.
the TAS. You've convinced me. There are some TASs, and in fact, these days I find all the really interesting TASs absolutely require extremely extensive commentary, because without commentary, it's almost completely opaque what's happening, and with it, it's frequently incredibly funny.
That's the Mega Man 1 task where he just kind of wiggles between screens for like 15 seconds, drops a point pickup, touches it, and the level ends.
Right. I believe Dwango AC was one of the people who worked on this, but there is a NetHack task, which sounds like the most boring thing imaginable. But if you've ever played any NetHack and you read Dwango's notes for this task, it is one of the most brilliant things I've ever seen. Because
Talk about a good like.
oh no,
What?
I'm just waiting for what good task you've got for us.
The Dragon Quest task that was done a few years ago. That was an excellent one.
Oh gosh, what was the runner's name?
Mace up.
No,
I'll remember in a minute, but it's something I can look up here in a moment. And that is
yes.
it's a very good task, not because it's not incredibly like the Mega Man 1 one, which is absolutely crazy. You can't understand what's going on, but there's enough information happening on the screen that it's confusing, but the runner does such a good job of explaining it that you can follow along with it, even if you had never played Dragon Warrior before.
Yep. It also helps that he's tassing it in real time with a controller. Which
It is not a TAS. It is just a speed run that's using what is
speed run.
normally TAS tech.
Yes. The task tech.
Fair.
RPG, RNG manipulation by just playing the game.
But by playing the game, understanding how the RNG seeds work, and just mapping out the chain in your head
Command?
and knowing where you're going.
Command?
That was the wildest fucking run. The other thing is the runner never, ever, ever dropped the ball. He was basically on top of that run from beginning to end, and it was a beautiful thing to watch. Nest cardinality. Thank you, Sheldon.
Yeah, that's true. It isn't a task. It just happens to be that the runner is doing what the task does because he has all the information written off on the side that he's following.
And because Dragon Quest 1 is such a small game, it's much, much more feasible to do that than it would be for anything more complex. Good. I'm gonna have this music stuck in my head for the entirety of work tomorrow, I think.
Also, yes, as far as chips in the family that the NES processor is from, it is a very chopped down version. There's much potential features of a 6052 that are missing from the NES processor.
Because it's cheaper that way?
Yes.
Okay, this whole time I've been reading through all the information on stat gains and
6502,
downs.
yes.
65.
Those are the numbers. That's the digits in the order. Yeah.
It is actually possible to lose stamina, but it's only on an intelligence up. So being a wizard makes you weak.
Being a nerd makes you noodly.
What the heck, Loon? That's the second time in a row you've pulled that.
What? He's learning.
Well, not him. I more meant Ryama. That's the second time she's done that.
She's learning.
She's also learning.
Wow,
Everyone
she's getting
learns
strong.
here.
And also, I've been looking into it a lot. The only
14
way to gain
speed on Ron
agility
Fair.
is based on evasion.
Yes.
Good.
Hence,
Great.
Yug. Yug has
Yeah.
adopted the stance.
He's at 10. What did he start at?
5.
Oh my god.
He's caught up with
Ow.
baseline, which for Yug is incredibly fast.
Agility is also, because of based on the system on how you gain agility, something that rapidly increases at the end of the game if you're not wearing super heavy armor that tanks your agility. Or evasion, excuse me. This game is obtuse, but if you read all the information about it, I can see what they were going for with it, and it isn't the end of the world.
No. I would say it is a very rough game. I'm not willing to say it's an outright bad game.
Long Bridge. Although, right, I'd been everywhere that Long Bridge was. This led to the turtle. Now we're going back the other way. All caught up. Gotta find more doors.
Loon mentioned at the very beginning of the run where the second game in the series takes a lot of chances and it's very different. This game is a good game, it's just very different from the first one, so that people say, oh, it's bad because of XYZ.
It's extraordinarily not a standard fantasy game.
Yeah, but to me this is a lot like people playing Zelda 2, where it's very different from the first Zelda, and if you were looking for the first Zelda you might be angry with it. That doesn't mean it's a bad game.
Just keep an open mind.
Yeah. This is also like playing, I said this earlier, so I'm allowed to invoke Dracula, Dragon Quest 2. Or because I said Dracula, Castlevania 2.
I mean, Dragon Quest 2 is like and unlike Dragon Quest 1.
It's play-tested for 90% of the game.
Yep. Which is incidentally the 90% of the game that's actually quite good. And then there's the road to Rome.
Yeah, the main grievance that I will legitimize that you can lay against the way these systems are calibrated is training up magic takes a while.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trying
It
to
does
create
take
a
maybe
wizard
too
is very inconvenient.
Mhm.
But then again, hey, just lean on weapons, actually. Stab things with the knife.
Just hit things. Use magic as a supplement. Don't
Magic
go
is
primary.
support. There is no such thing as a primary caster. You imbecile.
I mean, there can be, but it's not worth it.
It really isn't worth it.
However, magic can be an extremely powerful supplement. You can build somebody as a red mage, where they lean equally hard on hit things and blow things up. And that means you have a character who will be relied on to deal with your land turtles and your, green slimes and whatever.
Look,
That's
doors.
Meanwhile, doors.
I'm also very happy to see Loon doing what I did quite often in these games, which is accidentally take a swing at the person in the fourth row. Loon's caught it every time, but every so
Yes.
often I see the cursor go flying over there.
Mm-hmm. The Shrike. You may have missed when Loon said this, but what we have is 3 characters and a rotating guest. So Minwoo stays with us for a while, but whoever's in the 4th slot has joined the party for their own reasons and will leave in their own time.
We did name a 4th person, but
They're missing.
they'll show up eventually.
He vanished literally at the start of the game when we got the shit kicked out of us, and we have not seen him since.
No one knows what happened to Onlyo.
Who?
I think that's the one knight that has a novel written about him where he's transgender.
Perhaps.
No, wait, that's Orlando. Never mind.
And yeah, so there's that negative feedback loop as well that's created around dabbling in magic.
Yes.
So if you don't have much mana, so you can't cast many spells, so you can't do much spell improving. There's more of a wind-up on beginning to magic.
Mhm.
Doors, though. Thinking about doors.
I'm sorry, you picked the wrong door.
Why'd you think about doors?
chose
Should have been thinking
poorly.
about doors. Fool.
So because you're going to have characters that are magic is supplementary for them, but not their primary thing, what is Yug eventually going to get around to doing besides just being white magic?
White magic does a lot. Eventually, Yug will put down the shields and have a weapon. Put down a
Of
shield
course.
and have a weapon. Maybe.
Hey, this early game double shield has done wonders for his agility, so
Yes.
and once he actually picks up a weapon later, he'll be earning a lot of weapon experience because the enemies will be of a higher caliber
Yes.
and catching
Getting
up quickly
started on a
because of
weapon in higher rank fights.
How do we know what's a high rank fight?
I'm reminded of back when I played World of Warcraft, as some DPS, I don't remember what it was, but I had been using like knives or swords the entire game, and then at one point picked up the other one, and that was when weapon skill still existed in the game, and I spent like half the dungeon just missing attacks repeatedly.
Wow.
Yug
What,
has
like,
pierced
every-
the barrier.
Four.
Also, 4 attacks with the shields.
But yeah, every time I hit, I gained 5 weapon skill. So just like a whole dungeon of I couldn't do anything. But by the end of that dungeon,
You were kind of sort of good with whatever the other weapon was, but much more so than you were before.
Well,
Hello.
Oh, hi. Get ready.
Sergeant, Just one sergeant.
How hard could it be?
Halfway between a soldier and a captain.
How hard could one sergeant hit?
Let's find out. Will
Let's
he blink?
Oh, well.
We were handed a
Well,
preemptive
this just
strike.
got
We're fine.
gross.
How did you get a preemptive strike when he saw it? You know, never mind.
Well,
Understood. See, now we understand why the sergeant was a problem for me. Because only Yug could deal damage to him. And Yug was dealing damage a single digit at a time, so my casters had to take this one.
this is why we brought ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Lynn went
Also,
back.
he's probably immune to matter magic. But
Let's
what if he
find out.
isn't? Give him the old space and time.
Yeah, that'll work.
Never
What
gonna be
he's
doing
not
like
immune
60
to-
damage around.
Is being cooked inside his armor.
Light him
I
up.
do recommend viewers in chats and the eventual YouTubes do yourself a favor and look up the remake boss theme because it's fucking weird.
It is.
For FF2?
Yeah.
Huh, okay.
Not a bad weird, it's just weird.
It's just weird.
One to Shrimp's first soft lock. Same, actually.
Ooh, that was a very big heal for Yug.
Yep. Single target basic cure is quite capable.
Why does everybody else have like double the HP Ron?
Because no one ever attacks
no
Ron.
one
They-
can hit Ron.
If they hit him, they do no damage, and if they even try to swing at him, most of the time he just dodges.
Just don't get hit.
Ron moves like goo. But yeah, the numbers, holy balls. The
No,
numbers in this
that's
game are
standard.
seriously weird.
Also, I
This is...
think enemy bows are a physical spell.
I think you're right.
I think you're right.
Please
bow four.
refer to them as the proper indication. It's not a physical spell, it's a body spell.
Right,
Hmm.
right.
But is a bow meat?
I sure hope it isn't, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, the bow is a spell slinger. It makes sense.
Try to put more fear in you.
You can fit so much fear in this baby.
Or
Well,
we're fine.
Rip.
Sarge
Yeah.
defeated.
Or we cook Sarge.
No money. But
Did you get
MP.
a weapon? Yes, you did.
Mithril.
a mithril bow. And a mithril.
time to put it-
Mithril. Found the mithril. Mithril.
It's
was
time to
here.
take our supply of mithril back to the resistance. Yug, take us home. As Yug vomits up his kidneys. As Yug vomits up his kidneys.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yug's a trained professional.
Don't try this at home, kids. So who's inheriting this mithril bow? Is it
So,
Yug?
the sergeant there can drop a mithril helm, a mithril axe, a mithril bow, or mithril armor.
We made our
Wow,
decision.
we really got the booby prize, didn't we?
We got a great prize. Bows are expensive.
Yug
Ah.
could go back to the bow, or Yug can just be Yug. Mithril bow can be exchanged for mithril actual weapon. How to get back to town.
The next time we get into that menu, I just want to point out that Minwoo's expression in the character portraits.
Minwoo has questions about Yug.
Correct. And it's all made me giggle.
Yeah, the whole facing situation here. Ron is looking forward. Yug is looking back. At whatever your guest character is, Yug is fascinated by them. Minwoo is concerned with this.
Mm-hmm.
Ryama is either looking ahead with Ronfear at whatever's over there, or just considering Yug.
Just looking indulgently on the shenanigans at the bottom of the screen.
What are you idiots doing?
Yeah,
you know
pretty
what? Never
much.
mind. I don't care. Huh. Apparently in the Game Boy Advance version, the Sergeant has triple the health.
Oh gosh. Why?
To make it more of a conventional boss fight.
Yeah, probably. Rather than just relying on his incredible tankiness.
We still got that rocket tag energy a little bit in boss fights here.
Although it's weird, like rocket tag threshold energy, because it's possible to reduce damage down to fairly consistently 0, and then once you get past that, things get rocket taggy.
Find the consistency of enemy soldiers never dropping money to be weird.
They're
Because
so
that's
broke.
the opposite of the complaint normally raised of why do wild animals just have coins on them? Why
does
don't the
nobody have any
humans
money?
have coins on them?
It's not a good life being an Imperial soldier.
What does Palamecian pay its soldiers in?
Not getting their shit pushed in.
Bees?
Most of the time. Bees. Pays its soldiers and bees.
That's one of the many good things about Final Fantasy XII is that human creatures, human opponents usually dropped money if you killed them, while creatures dropped various parts of them that you would sell for money.
But humans just cut out the middleman and drop money. Why do these things have money but humans don't? Another fine thanks. This is gonna bother me for the rest of the game.
I just realized these goblins are wearing shades.
I kind of parsed that as weird iris and pupil color, but yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, they got goggles.
And goggle blends.
Oh, for the love of... Just let us go.
No escape from Gerblins.
No escape.
Yeah, you know what? Walk home is as good a time as any to train spells.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna be taking a nap anyway.
It's also a good opportunity to possibly get just a little bit more NP. Could we swap Minwoo's magic power ability with anyone else's in the team? So that when we gain NP, we just get like 40 at a time?
They have to learn. They have to do it on their own. Consider, a side effect of the ranking system means that while, it's possible that a character could be like behind curve from just, having bad luck with dice at any given point, the ceiling that you're rising towards for numbers is always the same. So it's not like in systems where you have character levels and also chance of stat gains, like say for Emblem, you could just be locked into having a strictly worse version of one of your tools.
Right.
Because their growths went bad. That can't happen here. You could always, with enough patience, just continue to work on the number until it catches up. Be able to afford to dip into the other elements. The moment we're back in a town.
Ciselmo, you definitely did see somebody's stats go down. There are some pairs of stats that are anti-linked, essentially, where if one goes up, there's a chance of another going down.
Yeah, unfortunately, that happened to Ryama. She had a
The stat that
stamina
you
down.
aren't using will go down.
Yeah, you're not using that HP growth if you're casting spells.
Because also,
Why
if you
would you think
decide
that?
to pivot back over to using that stat, you're using the lower stat in a higher ranked situation than when you were building it before. It will catch back up quickly. And, like, the primary consequence of a stamina down, as an example, is decelerating your health gain. You still gain health
You just gain less.
at a time. All has a place on the orb.
I think
All these
if
potions.
Man, you are just swimming in this stuff now.
It's a lot of loot.
Ryama did not have, or was not in the front row, she'd be having some serious issues gaining HP because
Yes.
she wouldn't be getting attacked as much, and if she did get attacked, she'd probably get one shot. So, by moving forward, Loon made her a much better character.
Hey, Joseph, check out this mithril.
Well, right. Now, discuss Mithril. Go, Mithril. Look at that.
Yeah, I was about to say you probably have to take it back home.
Yes.
Can we catch a ride from Sid in the pub?
Sid is not at this pub.
Ah,
We
unfortunately.
can catch a ride at the port town, though.
What do you know? I hear the roses are nice. This time of
Airship!
year.
Airship! Donde esta?
Here, kid, have some mithril. What?
You want the wizard medal? You want the wizard medal.
Did you try and rub the mithril on Joseph?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just
Yeah,
says go
yes,
back
He
to
said
Altair.
bring it back to Altair.
Okay.
Which is good. That's good that the game just straight up tells you where to go. A little obtuse to get there, but you had to give the ring to the queen earlier, so you knew.
Yeah, that was the purpose of it, is to demonstrate, hey, this is sometimes how you do things.
Okay, Mithril. There you go.
I'm
On to the
noticing I'm
stack.
warming 'em.
Unlike virtually every other key item that I can think of, the mithril does not live in your inventory for the rest of the game.
We do actually give away the Mithril once we cash
Just
it
like
in.
here,
They knew
For
this
this-
could be done.
have this mithril. And then she's like, all right, I'll get the shops to make mithril things.
I'm okay with us holding on to, like, the canoe
Yeah, the canoe is a tool.
and the canoe, but everything else, meh.
Alright, thinking about it now, there might be a moment far later in the game where you actually use the signet ring.
I think there is, actually.
Just to open a door somewhere.
Yep. I suspect that it might actually be in Cache 1 Castle.
Yeah, when you visit Kashwan.
With that other character.
Other character, a lot of people hate. I don't really have any beef with him.
He just comes really noodly at a time when you need someone who's extremely not that.
Nah, it's fine.
By the
Minwu's
time
noodly,
you've
look at
gotten
him.
there, your core 3 should be able to do everything.
Yeah, it's true. But like, players will be very cross at having to take this literal child around. Meanwhile, Minwoo is just side-eyeing the whole affair from off in a corner.
Game, please. Remember when you could have 99 potions in a stack?
Wild. Imagine.
These days, having 9 potions in a stack is the height of...
His
Just
stats look so
profligacy.
weird.
What's wrong with them?
Oh, man. 52 spirit this early in the game is just bonkers.
Yeah, well, as somebody in the chat put it, even the chat, the people have, or even the people in the chat who have not played the game are strongly getting the impression that Minwoo is not sticking around.
What, you don't keep this guy forever? What kind of
No,
bullshit is that?
Of course not. Minwoo is here for the long haul. Nothing can separate Minwoo from the Resistance except death.
All right. One thing that I really wish they had kept in the first game, which is if you have a preemptive strike, you automatically run away.
Guaranteed running. Yes. Wait.
Yeah, I just want regular boat.
Yeah, now we can
Alright.
just walk outside and get on the boat.
And away!
The boat isn't here right now. Sir.
You son of a bitch. Yes.
Oh, forget that.
Just take us back to fucking... Wait, Cashwan?
You can just go to Cash One if you want, $400.
Yeah, how do you think you get there?
Because I didn't take the ferry here. It's just still over there at the first location.
Ah,
All right, that's dumb.
that's very dumb.
Yes.
Wait, there's a bird forest? There are bird forests in this game?
This is also when Chocobos entered the franchise. We'll get there. Eventually.
I don't remember if they're mandatory or not. I know they show up.
Oh boy, I need to punch out soon. In fact, it may be now. I'll talk
Be
to
on
you
your way.
later. See you around.
So, Loon, how did you think up these wild names that you've got?
I have my methods.
Okay.
Slowly drag the world
Oh, man.
map over. No, not here. There.
See, when they want to run away, they can do it.
Something that I'm probably fine with looking up over the course of the run is at which points the fights rank up for advancement purposes.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing that Sergeant fight was probably a rank higher than everything else.
Probably.
Did Minwu always have 2 magic resist?
I don't know. Maybe. Yes, we got 3.5 weapon skill on our swords. 4.2.
That's slowing down.
Yes. 5 is probably our soft cap right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 4 is our soft cap, 5 is our firm cap.
I also know that agility plays into preemptive strikes and ambushes and such, but even if you have a very agile character, you can still just get ambushed constantly.
I don't think you get encounters in the canoe in this one. Canoe is
Neat.
safe.
You made it. Hey Gordon, you still useful? Nope. Good.
Hey Gordon, you like Mithril?
Oh boy, this should be good.
Nope, just
No.
don't use that here. Your Majesty. Learn
Ooh.
Dreadnought. Ask Dreadnought. I could also learn Airship here, if I hadn't learned it from Sid. Now we will be equal. Now that we have the Mithril. This changes everything.
We'll be able to buy one-ish mithril weapon.
Well, once I sell all these potions.
True. I forgot how much liquid gold you had at this point.
Where the lack of item stacks here causes things to swing back in favor of get Asuna, you fool.
Incredibly.
Do not allow antidotes to clog up your life. You have spells. They either would sell for $12.50.
Probably the cost of a mithril weapon. So, debatable.
Old man.
That was quick.
Yeah, so the original shop is still there, and now this lad has appeared with freshly made mithril.
Okay.
1800 for a mithril sword.
But it's a mithril sword.
It's a sword of mithril. Attack 7, well, for now, attack 17, accuracy 66, evasion 38. What about mithril sword?
Ooh, 24 attack. Hello.
Some attack, similar weight.
I wonder if you sold your 2 longswords if you'd have enough for another mithril. Nope, not quite.
Not quite. If I ditch the ether, though, that's a sword right there.
It is. Also, is this the first spear? Or no, we've been able to find a javelin before.
There's a
Never
regular,
mind.
yeah. normal spears existed. Now, is there mithril armor to go with this? And be
Probably.
even more of a cash sink. Are there mithril shields? Put mithril on a shield. Give me 4 mithril shields.
Inject
Yes.
the mithril into my veins.
Tiny mithril lad with mithril. $500 a pop. Affordable.
You can get 2.
Yeah, this will help cover the gap here. Yeah, better evade. Yeah, Yug will be last on that front since 2 shields makes up for each individual shield being worse.
61%. Oh, that's so disgusting.
And I can begrudgingly hand that bronze shield over to Minwu. May as well.
Yes. I guess now you go back and talk to the queen?
Beep. Yeah, this should be what gives us our next prompt.
Theft?
Dreadnought must be destroyed.
Okay, so now you're just going to Bafsk.
Go to Bafsk, sabotage Dreadnought.
Seems easy enough.
It's fine. We have Mithril. How could we lose?
You could probably go take those captains on now. I am kidding. I am kidding.
Here we are on equal footing. Surely this will
We
give us
have
the advantage.
Mithril. Nothing can stop us now. Just watch what I do to these bees with my Mithril.
Not nothing, actually. Well, never mind. Minwu can keep his armor on, it's fine.
We don't need to interact with these bees. They can leave. Revenge! It's just one captain.
How hard could it possibly be? Well, she only got hit 3 times that. Well, shoot. Come on, you gotta hit once, Ron Fear, just so we can see how much damage you do.
Come on, Ron.
You
Get
got
in there.
this. Okay, you actually heard it.
Non-zero damage, but... Well, look, each turn, one person will fall down and one person will get back up.
Would magic work? That's actually a good point. I didn't even
The
think about
magic
that.
might work slightly better than the mithril sword. Maybe. I can cast a lot of revives.
You can throw out like 15 revives. It's a lot.
That click though.
The bow. Okay, you did figure something out. If critical hit does break through armor.
The UI
Also,
has a
life can fail.
problem. No, the UI has a problem of
Oh, okay.
active you can buffer inputs if you did not release the button.
If he keeps
Sometimes
using
someone
that
doesn't
bow,
die.
That
I
bow
can
is very
withstand
fake.
the bow. Just don't use the sword.
Come on, let's see fire do something reasonable. God damn it.
Introduction to the franchise of the Super Boss. It's fighting a captain early.
Theoretically possible.
Warmac doesn't exist.
Just the captain.
No one can prove the presence of Warmac. Captain is real. Captain is right here, facing you down. Life can fail.
I just looked up how much damage the captain does. Oh, or armor as well. That's spicy.
Come on, children. Get up. Get up and do the thing. The impact on that animation.
Maybe reviving them is a curse?
They have to learn. They're going to learn.
I just want to see if a fire spell even hurts them at this point.
Someone has to make it through.
Eventually, he's going to pick up his bow and just take a shot at Minwu again.
Happened again. Damage.
Okay,
From fire.
you can hurt them.
They have non-arbitrary magic defense.
Science has been performed. At this point, run?
No. Happen
Didn't
again.
think so.
But
Well,
buffering.
fortunately. Yeah, that buffering is annoying.
Well, now it's just you, Minwoo.
He almost made it.
And that's the difference armor makes. Defense is a real number.
Now, how much HP do you think the captain has?
I know a vague amount of how the captain has. It's a couple of hundred health
Yeah.
in the captain.
There's a lot.
There's the 5 defense on Minwoo's bronze vest. Bronze vest or bronze medal, I'm not sure which that is. We have the power of Mithril.
Definitely
Next time,
an enemy
try
you're supposed to
not.
fight later. Yeah.
You still not get time to return to Finn. Let's fight something easier, like a boat.
Yeah.
Next time.